Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us still through the digital gallery. It's my privilege to declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday, the 8th of February 2022 open. In doing so, I would once again acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and across which the Scenic Rim is formed, and congratulate them on their continued nurture of culture, and also thank them for their generosity of spirit to work with us towards an exciting future. I pay respects to their elders past, present and those emerging. Note a full attendance of councillors. I note a full attendance of the executive team. Therefore, there are no apologies. We now move, therefore, to item 4 in our agenda today, which is prayers. And I believe Pastor Josh Cox is joining us to lead us in prayers. Good morning, Josh.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity again to just commit the meeting in prayer, and I've got a psalm. Just want a little few verses I want to read, and then I'll pray. The psalm says in 121, "I'll lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the Maker of heaven and earth. He will not let your foot slip. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord watches over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon by night." Let me pray and commit this day to God. Heavenly Father, Lord, we just thank you for those words we've just read of the psalmist, and the reminder, Lord, to look our eyes to where we need our help, and the help comes from you, our Lord, Maker of heaven and earth. Thank you, Lord, that you indeed do watch over us. Thank you, Lord, we can see your presence, Lord, even in the beautiful shining sun of the day, and the wonder of the creation which you have, by your handiwork, brought into existence. Lord, we just commit ourselves to you. We commit particularly this meeting, each of the councillors, for the staff, for the council at large. We pray, Heavenly Father, for your guidance, your hand upon the decisions that are made, the discussion that's had, and Lord, we ask for your wisdom in all of that, and we pray it in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Josh. It's always a pleasure to have you join us for prayers. I'm also very much aware that you have many roles in community, and I thank you for those and acknowledge that you probably have a busy day, and we'll understand if you choose not to continue to join us for today's meeting.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and yes, I'll duck off to another meeting, but thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you again.
See you then. Bye-bye.
Councillors, we move to item 5, declarations of prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest by members. The CEO tells me he hasn't been advised of any. Are there any such declarations for matters before us today? If not, we move to item 6. There are no announcements for the meeting today, and there's no minutes. I've not been advised of any deputations that have been arranged or approved, or petitions for the meeting today. So we move to item 8, which is the confirmation of the minutes, and we have 2 parts to item 8, councillors, because we have the updated minutes from the special meeting of the 12th of January and the ordinary meeting of the 18th of January, noting that because the meeting of the special meeting of the 3rd of February was adjourned, it's not a completed meeting, so therefore there are no minutes from that meeting to appear today. So firstly, I turn to the minutes, the unconfirmed special meeting minutes, which councillors have had for the meeting of the 12th of January 22. We have a proposal for a motion, and I read it out, that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 12th of January 2022 be adopted. I table that. Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. Any discussion to those minutes?
Yes, Mayor, I just wonder whether it's possible to get a recording of those minutes. It was a bit different to what I saw, but unless there's a big rush to have it approved today, I would like to have a recording of that. That's on.
Well, sorry, Council, the recording is live, available on Council's website. It's public,
Okay.
available, so you can listen to it anytime. So if you're, are you asking that?
Can they be held over? Well, please. I haven't listened to them, and I was reading this last night, going through the minutes, and it's just a bit different to where I remember the happenings there. But it may be right, it may be not right. But I'm not prepared to vote in favour of them without just hearing.
So, Councillor Enright, you have commenced moving a motion to proceed with the adoption of the minutes. Before we go further, can I just seek your, whether you are comfortable withdraw that at the moment so we can consider Councillor McInnes's request?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm certainly comfortable to just withdraw that motion to adopt these minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor McInnes, you wish to propose an alternate motion?
No, if we, yes, Mayor, I'll move that we hold these meeting minutes over to the next meeting.
The other discussion to that motion, councillors? Any questions, I guess, to that motion before we proceed to seek a seconder?
Mayor, a question through the chair to Councillor McInnes. Was there a specific area that you were uncertain about?
Yes, Councillor Enright, it was in pertaining to me what I actually said there, but I stand to be corrected if it's if that's the way it was recorded. Yeah, but without moving them, I'd just like to be doubly sure on that. That's not the way I recollected it, but it's no reflection on Sharon whatsoever at all.
Sorry, do you have a further question?
Yes,
Councillor Enright?
To Mayor, thank you. Through the chair, perhaps to the CEO or to our meeting secretary, the details of the area that Councillor McInnes was concerned about in a potential quote of this, were the minutes compiled through the audio?
Councillor, I'm going to ask your leeway not to start delving into that today. If the potential is we're going to leave it, obviously these have been available for some time to councillors and the opportunity to review. Councillors asking for more time to review. That's rather than spend time today debating what the process has been to get to where we are today. I believe the recording of the open part of the meeting is available online, and that should suffice for any clarifications. Well, technically it's probably a procedural motion, doesn't need a seconder. You wish to speak any further to your motion, Councillor McInnes?
No, Mayor. Right, thanks.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We move to the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 18th of January. No, because we haven't accepted the minutes. So there's no business arising until we've accepted the minutes, Councillor.
Sorry, if I can ask where we are with the motion on page 11 that came out of that meeting?
Well, Councillor, given that there have been intervening actions which are the subject of an ongoing and open special meeting that have interplayed with that, as you know, that hasn't been progressed, I believe, because it would be brought back to us collectively to sign off on the content of that correspondence. So it hasn't progressed, and I believe you've previously may have been made aware of that. Do you have any advice, GM?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can provide a brief update into that. Obviously, following the meeting, I made contact with the department because we needed to know what template and what information the letter should be to the minister, and how that should be comprised. We received that relevant information, and then subsequent to receiving that, then obviously the request for the special meeting. In which case, I think in one of the emails to the request that I said, well, given that there was a request for a special meeting, I said the consideration would be that we could, as if there was an understanding that could be put on hold, because it was, I guess the business arising from the request for the special meeting was contradictory to what this was. So, but we do have the information of what's required if this motion is still the one required to be progressed. There's a requirement for the letter to be co-signed by the 5 people identify or thought to have a conflict, in which case that letter, because the conflict was the same for all 5, needed to be signed by all 5 so that the minister was then able to make a consideration on the information.
So Councillor, it's public knowledge what one of the items is in that ongoing special meeting. So that has the potential to remove the need for that action, which is item 5.1 in that special meeting. That's why there are no minutes for that meeting. So we can't progress the business of that adjourned, not closed special meeting today. And that has a proposed next action to rescind the prior motion. So until that's resolved, you can't progress the prior action. That's just a procedural logic.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if it's possible for council to get a copy of the correspondence that the General Manager has talked about to the Minister, and the reply from the Minister prior to consideration of this matter again.
What?
Through your chair, there is no correspondence. It was a phone call with representatives from the department to discuss what the contents of the letter was required to have to allow the minister to provide the necessary consideration. That conversation took place on the 14th. Was around the same time we were made aware about the request for the special meeting to then repeal that particular motion. So in one of the correspondence back to the requesters, it was identified that you've got this action and a meeting was being requested. We could put that on hold if that was satisfactory. So there was no a correspondence hasn't been provided to the minister yet about outlining it. It was just the correspondence or the communications between the department was to seek what the content of the letter should be so that the minister is able to provide full consideration of the matter, and what format that should be. It needed to be, it wasn't to be signed by the mayor, it was to be signed by the 5 councillors that was thought to have the conflict. And then following that, the minister would then, upon receipt of that correspondence, assess it accordingly and then provide guidance in terms of what was to be done. But that there's no form, just to mention that there is no formal correspondence yet. There's remnants of what it needs to be included in the correspondence should that matter still progress. And as the mayor indicated, given that the special meeting of the 3rd was to rescind that, part of the communications to the requesters was to say, well, you're requesting to rescind it. We've got an action here. It's as long as you're understanding that in order to progress a special meeting, then you didn't want us to progress with issuing the correspondence. I can provide that correspondence.
Thank you.
So can we now move on, noting that those minutes aren't yet approved, therefore technically can't have business arising out of minutes that aren't yet finalised. So we move to the second motion before us, which we'll just return to. That is proposed that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 18th of January 2022 be adopted. Seek a mover. Councillor West. Any questions to these minutes? You've had access to them for a while. I'm not aware of any proposed amendments that have been put forward. If I seek a seconder. Councillor McGuinness, you wish to speak to your motion at all? Councillor?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Business arising from those minutes?
Thank you, councillor. I was about to move to that, councillor. If you'd just please bide your time and let the chair the meeting. Just try a little bit of patience, councillor.
I was just making sure it didn't get past what I needed to, Mr. Mayor. That's okay.
Councillor, we now move to business arising, and putting aside such comments, councillors will recall at the last meeting I had advised councillors in confidential correspondence that we received a response to one of our correspondences, and we were seeking approval to get that released. We've subsequently received the response to the second correspondence, which, as I suspected and indicated on the day, would be a separate response, and it has been a separate response. And late last week, we've received the approval to release both of those correspondences publicly. I have hard copies of both available for councillors today. If it's deemed necessary, I'm happy to read both correspondences for the benefit of the meeting. Otherwise, I would propose a motion to table both of those responses so that they are able to form part of the public record of the meeting and be available for public scrutiny.
Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit of the public, what is this correspondence about generally?
So, councillor, these are the responses, firstly, to the motion arising from the mayoral minute, which was discussed, was alluded to last meeting by, I believe, Councillor McConnell opened that dialogue, and that response was the first response, and that was concerning our concerns about ensuring that fundamentally about the Unite and the plan to unite, the Unite and Recover roadmap, and ensuring that it didn't place unnecessary restrictions. And then the second correspondence that was again by motion of council was to express concern about ensuring that what was being put in place was only put in place things that were driven by proper risk analysis, effectively, was the summary. And we have had responses to both of those correspondences around COVID matters. And they fundamentally confirm that, in slightly different wording, but they both confirm the rationale for why things were put in place, but also that the concerns we had were noted, and goes on to further comment, certainly in the first one, about appreciation for our continued advocacy for vaccination, as the data showed that good vaccination coverage was a critical part of protection for the community. So councillors, I just don't need a motion, I just seek your guidance. Do you wish me to read those out, or are you happy for them to be tabled and form part of the public record and be available for release to the public?
I'm happy for it just to be tabled, Mr. Mayor.
Any other thoughts, councillors? One's a page and a half, one's just one page. So I can make them available. Yes, please, CEO, if you'd play Mailman for me, that's the first one. And so we don't confuse, that's the second one. Second one's the single pager. I'm happy to read them. That's why I asked the question. If there's a desire for them to be read, I'm happy to read them. Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I think if considering it's not a too onerous task to read those two letters, I think it's would add value to the meeting and for the benefit of our digital gallery.
Thank you. Then, look, councillor, I'll read through them as, and these are from from the Chief of Staff on behalf of the Premier and Minister for the Olympics. Thank you for your letter outlining concerns of your colleagues with regard to the COVID-19 roadmap. I've been requested to reply to you on behalf of the Premier and Minister for the Olympics, and I apologise for the delay in responding. The decision to restrict individuals' movements has not been taken lightly, as being done in the interest of protecting Queenslanders from the certain loss of life that will result from an outbreak of COVID-19. As a result of these actions, Queensland has had much success in preventing the transmission of COVID-19 and has been able to avoid the long lockdowns experienced by some of our jurisdictional colleagues. It's clear from your email and the attached Merrill Minute that you and your fellow councillors have concerns about the potential impacts of the public health and social measures linked to vaccination status, a plan for 80% and beyond being implemented, and these concerns are acknowledged. These changes commenced on 17th of December 2021, at which time more than 80% of Queenslanders were fully vaccinated. The restrictions on people who are not fully vaccinated are to protect Queenslanders and ensure that the hospital system is not overwhelmed once the virus begins circulating after the borders open. Unvaccinated people over the age of 16 will be unable to visit non-essential venues which have been identified as presenting a considerable outbreak risk, such as hospitals and residential aged care, except for medical treatment or in an emergency. Attend hospitality and entertainment venues, such as cafes and nightclubs, and attend music festivals and sporting stadiums. At all times, both fully vaccinated and unvaccinated people will be able to access essential services and activities. This means unvaccinated people will still be able to go to grocery stores, pharmacies, post offices, news agents and clothing stores and participate in activities like going to the gym for exercise. Capacity restrictions may still be in place at these types of businesses, and it is important that people still continue to check in to venues. Preliminary modelling undertaken by QIMR Berghofer Medical Research Institute was used to develop Queensland's COVID-19 vaccination plan to unite families, the plan, and the modelling indicated that reopening in the absence of additional restrictions beyond the test, trace, isolate and quarantine regime was likely to trigger an outbreak even should vaccination levels exceed 80%. Your efforts to encourage vaccination in your region are welcomed. Vaccination, along with reminders that the new normal must include physical distancing, good hand hygiene, using the Check In Queensland app, staying home when sick and at times mask wearing, will assist with maintaining ongoing reasonable levels of health. It is important to note that when Queensland reaches 90% double dose vaccinated, the plan will be reviewed again to align with the latest public health advice depending on the COVID-19 situation at the time and informed by outcomes from jurisdictions reopening earlier than Queensland. It is understandable that you and your fellow councillors may have further questions on this matter. Detailed information about the restrictions for vaccinated and unvaccinated people, including frequently asked questions, can be found by visiting www.covid19.qld.gov.au and click on Queensland's COVID-19 vaccine plans. In addition, should your constituents have further questions about medical exemptions, what counts as an exemption and who can grant one, Information can be found on the federal government website at www.servicesaustralia.gov.au, and in the search field type in immunisation exemptions. Again, thank you for bringing your concerns to the Premier's attention, I hope this information is of assistance to you. Signed, Jim Murphy, Chief of Staff. Turn to the second correspondence. Thank you for your letter of the 10th December 2021 on behalf of the Scenic and Regional Council and your consideration of the impacts of the COVID-safe future roadmap on your constituents. It is noted you've also written to the Deputy Premier, Minister for State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, and Minister assisting the Premier on Olympics Infrastructure, the Honourable Dr. Stephen Miles MP, about this matter. I've been requested to reply to you on behalf of the Premier and Minister for the Olympics. The matters you've raised in this letter and in your previous correspondence of 18th of November 2021 regarding mandatory requirements outlined in the roadmap and the public health and social measures linked to vaccination status, a plan for 80% and beyond the plan, are acknowledged. Providing a safe community for all Queenslanders is a core goal of the Queensland Government, and vaccination remains the best way to protect ourselves and our loved ones against the impacts of COVID-19, including serious illness or death from the virus. The Queensland Government has recently announced that from 1 a.m. 15th of January 2022, all domestic border restrictions on entry to Queensland from other states and territories are lifted. This means that Queenslanders and domestic travellers from any part of Australia, including areas previously classified by Queensland as COVID-19 hotspots, can move freely and without restriction across the Queensland border. This is in alignment with Queensland's COVID-19 vaccine plan to unite families, as Queensland reaches 90% of the eligible population fully vaccinated. Queensland Government is continuing to refine and review the public health and safety measures in place based on the advice of medical experts as we move through the next stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. You can access the latest information at www.health.qld.gov.au and click on 1. Health System and Governance, 2. Legislation and Bills, and then 3. Chief Health Officer Public Health Declarations. Again, thank you for writing to the Premier. Again, signed by Jim Murphy, Chief of Staff. Thank you, Councillor. Those who want to follow that up, of course, it'll form part of the public record later to have more time to digest it. Okay, I believe I'm not aware of any other business arising from previous minutes at this time. Councillor McConnell. I believe there was a date set that wasn't met, and I believe the onus is, I wasn't chairing that discussion, but I believe the councillor has the obligation to now arrange that, so I can't talk on his behalf. Do you recall, Councillor Enright, you chaired that matter?
Correct, Mayor, I did chair that matter. It was outlined at the last meeting, 18th of January, that part of that action had been fulfilled, and that's as far as my jurisdiction in that resolution goes.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion on that. The motion would be that...
Sorry, Councillor. Yes, continue. What's your proposal?
The motion is that Council arrange a training session for Councillor Swanborough in relation to this matter at a mutually exclusive, a mutually agreeable time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand that a training session had been arranged previously. Was that correct? Continuing to arrange sessions, Councillor, does hold on attendance. Can I
Mr. Mayor, just to note though that Councillor Swanborough was unavailable during that period due to illness.
Thank you. Unavailable during that time. Thank you. That's not a procedural motion, so do we have any questions to the motion before we seek a seconder?
Mayor, I was just, if I may, just thinking that we perhaps need to be a bit more explicit under the training and have it as code of conduct training for councillors, as it was in the beginning.
Can I, councillor, perhaps, can we be more specific to that point, that it's a training session to fulfil the decision of councillors at what, 7th of December meeting?
I have no objection to that.
And, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I just wondered whether these training sessions are always best if all councillors are present, so perhaps the motion include that other councillors be invited to attend.
Thank you. I was going to allude to that. The observation last time, attending session without being with others can lead to significantly different interpretations, as we've experienced before. Comfortable with that extension, councillor?
Look, if everybody got the time to do it all over again, well, I'm happy with that. It's fine.
Thank you. You wish to speak further to your motion, councillor?
No, Mayor, that's fine.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? Sorry, councillor, you now do want to speak?
I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't meaning to disadvantage any councillors, but I was quite prepared to travel to Brisbane or wherever to do that training, so as to not to impinge on or have any additional cost to council. So, yeah, it's not necessary to have that at council and have those additional costs. So I was happy to go to the trainer wherever to do that course. But if other councils, and I still think that's desirable, but if other councillors want to attend in those circumstances, that's fine.
I will speak in support of the motion, particularly with the extension. What's become clear in those discussions the last time is that it's challenging to get aligned understanding, and when ideally all councillors in the room for that important code of conduct training at once, the conversation, it leaves far less room for variable interpretation afterwards. And so support that we need to reschedule it, and unfortunately that we will all endeavour to free time to participate and support again.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. I don't know, did the original training occur on the 14th?
Yes, it did, councillor.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes, it did.
I think based on that, it's very necessary that we all attend again. Well, after the conflicts we've had in relation to conflicts of interest, it doesn't seem that everybody's on the same page.
Sorry, councillor, I'm not sure that's I think that's a questionable comment. Having differences of perspective about conflicts of interest and the process for deciding them doesn't act in conflict with the code of conduct and respectful behaviour, which goes beyond just talking to each other, but also the way we treat officers. So supportive of the motion. Anyone else wishing to speak? Wish to close anything further, councillor Swanborough?
Is there a seconder?
Yeah, it was seconded earlier. Okay, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. We move to item 10.1. CEO, would you please introduce this item, page 4 of your agendas, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, general managers, officers and members of the public listening at home. As the report shows, Councillor McConnell is Council's representative on the Local Government Association of Queensland Climate Risk Management and Resilience Advisory Group. I've been advised recently of the Councillor's intention to attend the Climate Resilient Leadership Workshop, which is an online session between 21st and 23rd of February, and Councillor requires a leave of absence for the next meeting of Council to be held on the 22nd of February 2022, and the recommendation seeks approval for leave of absence.
Seek a mover. Councillor West, any additional questions? Councillors, Councillor Enright.
May I ask a question, not specifically about Councillor McConnell's leave of absence, but the relevance of the opportunities that might come with the conference? I went looking for some details on the LGAQ website, but couldn't find anything in relation to the context or the content. So I'd just be a bit interested in what are the expected outcomes and benefits for the region.
Councillor, do you have that available at your fingertips? If not, can we?
No, not available on my fingertip. I'd have to go into my iPad to bring it up. It's to build the knowledge base around the climate resilience and what it does to the economic and ecological environment within council areas, and to bring that back to council. So obviously after I finish at one of our briefings, I'll then give everyone a brief like I usually do when I've been away on what I found at the workshop.
Thank you. Councillor, any further questions? Councillor McGuinness? No? Sorry. Thank you. Then we seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. Wish to speak anything further, Councillor West?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to say, look, it's very important that a number of councillors are on these various different local advisory groups, and not every council has delegates on these. So I think it's important for Councillor McConnell to attend this workshop, because obviously there will be advantages for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Not. We put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried. You're allowed to vote, Councillor. That's carried unanimously. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 10.2, page 6 of today's agenda, councillors. And GM, Customer and Regional Prosperity, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, executive and those listening online. Item 10.2 today is Building Better Regions Fund round 6. This is a grant round that council has applied to, as we call it, BBRF, many times in the past and been very successful. This is a requirement of the grant. We must have a resolution of council in order to meet all of the guidelines and submit the grants that we're proposing to submit. And today I have with me the Manager of Community and Culture, Deborah Moore, and the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications, Brenda Walker, who are the two managers that have facilitated the development of the applications that are proposed to be submitted. And I'd ask Deborah if she'd talk you through the report, acknowledging that councillors will have read this and have had a briefing on this as well.
Thank you. In your hands.
Thank you very much. So we have a number of projects to go up to BBR round 6, which close this Thursday at 4 p.m. our time. So we have 2 infrastructure stream projects that we'd like to put up, one being the library, which we put up to round 5. There is also another investment one, which is around the Canunga Visitor Information Centre and doing some revitalisation work there. The other is the community investment stream of the funding, and we're proposing to put up 2 regional events, which is Escaping the Scenic Room 2023 and the Long Sunset 2023. There's a description of an overview of each of those projects in your report, and I'm welcome to take any questions from you.
Councillors, do we have any questions for clarification to the information before you with the officer? Councillor Swamborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, several questions. The first one being in relation to the Community Hub and Library and the Canunga Visitor Information Centre. What is the scope or the amount that we are applying for this particular grant?
So with the Community Hub and Library, the scope and what we're applying for is pretty much the same as what we did in round 5, which is the 13 million. And part of the application is it's a 50-50 split.
My next question is, out of that 13 million, what is the breakup between the standalone library component and the component to join that facility to the Council Administration Centre?
So when we say join to the Council Administration Centre, the Community Hub and Library actually butts up to the our current Administration Centre, and where will need to be access to our current centre, but it's a standalone building that butts up to it at the moment, and there will be access to the administration. There is certainly no costs in there to do with any refurb of the existing building whatsoever.
Right, so that means that there's no funding being provided at this point in time for the new customer service centre. Is that correct?
Part of the Community Hub and Library, which is the standalone building, does incorporate a customer entry, which relocation of the customer service centre from downstairs into that part of the building, and that is part of the plans, yes.
So there's no plans to refurbish any part of that building other than the customer service area?
We're not refurbishing customer service area. It's a whole new customer service area. So when customer service move out of their current area, there is no plans at this point in time, and nothing that's been brought to council around refurbishing our existing office and administration space.
Okay, thank you.
Further
further questions, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the Canunga Visitor and Information Centre revitalisation, how much are we budgeting for that, and what is the scope of works for that?
Can I just hand over to my colleague manager?
I have to grab another chair there.
Yeah.
The Canunga Vic essential refurbishment is an internal refurbishment. It is a total project of around $100,000. So this is, you will recall, we have had a project under the Tourism Bushfire Recovery Funding. We had some external experts conduct a review of the Canunga Vic, all aspects of it. There were a range of recommendations. This is seen at the very lower end of those recommendations in terms of simply revitalising what is there currently.
Okay, so it's in the same building where it presently is next to the library?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And there's no plans for any new car parking or anything?
Not as part of this project, no.
Will be a part of another project?
At this point in time, we have gone at the lower end of recommendations. There were certainly a range of other possibilities, but at this point in time, we are, I guess, tackling the low-hanging fruit in terms of what is possible to just rejig and refresh and rejuvenate the offering.
Other councillors, questions? Councillor Swanbury, you have a further question?
Yes, just to understand recommendation 3 in the report, that council approved the submission of projects not successful through Building Better Regions Fund Round 6, and that basically, gives a council permission to then automatically, if they're unsuccessful, to apply for other grants in the next 12 months, with only then a report coming back to council if they're successful. What is the purpose of this? Wouldn't it be better that council actually were kept abreast of all funding opportunities that come up? Because, if this one was knocked back again for the second time, and for whatever reason, and other funding programs come up, and maybe the criteria changes, and there are opportunities to do, other community infrastructure projects. Why would
Councillor, sorry, you've asked a question. Perhaps rather than debating, I think the GM wishes to respond to your question.
Yeah, I haven't even finished the question, Mr. Mayor, so I'd like to finish the question.
Well, you've asked a number of questions. You've already asked one question.
Well, I haven't asked the correct question, and it's not for the chair to interrupt a person in questions.
Sorry, Councillor.
Why was it not relevant?
Point of order,
Mr.
Councillor.
Mayor?
Please, just for clarity, I'm just asking you to separate out. You've already asked a question about why, and then you've gone on to explain, to try to hypothesise a range of scenarios about changed. And it's okay. I'm happy for you to do that, but can you let one of the questions be answered before you then put forward a different circumstance and ask that question?
Mr. Mayor, I hadn't got to my actually question at that particular time.
Well, you'd already asked a question at the start of your soliloquy.
So I'll start all over again, I think, because of the interruption. My question is, the recommendation in the council report is that council approve the submission of any projects not successful through Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 to be sought through other relevant grant funding rounds available in the next 12 months, with a report to council should they be successful. So the concern I have, and it'll lead to a question, the concern I have...
Councillor, we're not going to have, don't debate, ask your question for clarification. You can have your comments about concerns, that will come separately. You're just clarifying to the report. So I'm just trying to ask you to follow proper process. Just ask your question.
Mr. Mayor, under the standing orders, if I can ask a question, and I should be allowed to ask that question categorically, without argument, and no discussion is permitted. You have interrupted me twice there, so I am going to ask the question again. My question is, in the executive summary, recommendation number 3, it says that council will approve the submission of any projects not successful through Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 to be sought through other relevant grant funding rounds available in the next 12 months, with a report to council should they be successful. If there were other rounds that came up under this recommendation, it would mean that council would just automatically go and put these projects in to the detriment of any other projects that might be relevant in those rounds, and the criteria could change. So my question is it beneficial, that the council not be kept informed of these other opportunities? Instead, we're only advised should we be successful in one of those grants. We would not know what the administration is doing in relation to grant funding.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor. I'll take that The item 3 is officers attempting to be diligent in putting forward a suite of projects that meet criteria for this particular grant. And as the manager has explained, there's 2 streams, infrastructure and community stream. What part 3 of that recommendation does is enable officers to quickly respond to the myriad of grants that are being released, sometimes without notice and a lot of times with very, very short lead times. And as a standard practice, we're filtering all of those grants and any suggested ideas through to the councillors on a regular basis in a general briefing process, and then formalising those applications in an ordinary meeting in order to for the public to be made aware. To the point that you've made about you not knowing what the administration is doing by putting this in place, I would refute that, because we're very vigilant in continually reporting through to councillors on the grants, the suggested projects that might match the guidelines of the various grants. What we're finding though is some with very short lead times also require, as does the BBRF grant round, a resolution of council in order to submit. And given short lead times on some projects, we get an opportunity to brief the council, but we don't get an opportunity to run the formal process by submitting through an ordinary meeting in order to meet the grant timeframes. These particular projects have been put forward to other grants and have been unsuccessful or are still pending some of those applications. So council has seen these projects quite a number of times before, and because of this suite of projects, my advice to officers was to apply this thinking, the same thinking that I think the General Manager of Asset and Environmental Sustainability applies in his capital program, whereby continually trying to source grant funds to offset the investment and the spend of ratepayers' money, and to further develop projects that are in the wings. So it's not intended to be an underhanded process. It's rather intended to be a process that would expedite future applications where they fit. And I give you an undertaking, as we have in the past, that any of those grant rounds, councillors would be advised in advance of them and the suite of projects to go forward. And if for some reason councillors didn't support this suite of projects for any of those future rounds, we wouldn't submit them. But this was about giving officers the ability to react quickly to the often very short lead times and complex applications that need to be prepared, especially for infrastructure projects. There an extreme amount of hours go into those preparations, and this was about being able to look forward and know that this is a suite of projects that we'll continue to try and hunt down funds to deliver in the region.
That response. Further questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Enright, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Moving into the community infrastructure stream, we have 2 proposed projects there, the Escape in the Scenic Rim 2023 and the Long Sunset 2023. Is the Escape in the Scenic Rim the rebranded event that was held previously, just for clarification?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Escape in the Scenic Rim is a rebranded Gondwana Festival. So that event was conducted last year. Brisbane Economic Development Agency received funds at that time, and there were 4 partners: O'Reilly's, Binnaburra, Mount Barney Lodge and International Park Tours. In 2022, Council is looking to run Escape between April and May, a month-long adventure and nature-based festival, rebadged as Escape in the Scenic Rim. And this application concerns a 2023 version of that event, considering that we will aim to provide it each year as funds allow.
Thank you for the clarification. And a further question on the success of the Gondwana Festival and the benefits that that provided to the region?
I don't have the actual economic return figures in front of me. Certainly from a reputational point of view, it's a it's an event that I believe is in its growing stages. We have events such as Eat Local Week in the Scenic Rim that have the benefit of being around for 10 years or more now. I think Escape or the Gondwana Festival was certainly, would be deemed a success from a Brisbane Economic Development Agency point of view. They were very pleased with it. The participants, those 4 tourism operators that I mentioned, were very pleased with the outcomes. Weather did hamper the Mount Barney Lodge side of things. It was a torrential downpour on that day of almost biblical proportions, and the numbers suffered accordingly. But that component from Mount Barney Lodge is continuing on a major scale. They are badging that as the Scenic Rim Adventure Festival. That's one component within the event for 2022. So certainly our aim was always to broaden it beyond the scope of the previous event and make it a much larger and longer event where any operator in the region could apply to take part.
I can provide, Councillor, the economic modelling that the grant is preparing. It's estimated that it will attract 10,000 visitors to the region, 3,000 interstate, 6,000 intrastate and over 1,000 local. It's estimated that it will have 5,000 two-night stays over the period of time, and the total economic input is modelled at $1,655,771. And councillors might also recall that in the operational plan for this year and in the corporate plan, there is a need, there is a strategy in there for this team to diversify events. Brenda mentioned the Eat Local Week, and we're looking at being able to switch up the events in the region that involved a broader range of tourism operators and activities. And both of these events, the Long Sunset, which is a music day-long music event, and then the Escape in the Scenic Rim, are attempts to try and diversify the offering that the region has.
Further question, Councillor Enright?
No, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Swamber again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just in relation to the Long Sunset 2023, do we know where that's going to be held at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, Councillor, no. We would normally run, I guess, an assessment of this year's event, which, as you know, has been moved to later in the year, 30th of April. Following that event, we would conduct a review into the success of that. Aquas Fields at Canungra is seen by all parties, particularly our partners, Queensland Music Festival, as being a very appropriate venue for that, but we are open to the other possibilities in the region and will pursue those as relevant.
So is there an expression of interest put out there from other venues to host that particular festival?
In 2022, for the 2022 event, a series of venues were considered. There was a list of criteria that was put up by ourselves and Queensland Music Festival in terms of what was required from access, facilities, traffic movements, those sorts of things, and availability, obviously, for the dates when our acts were available. And Aquas came out on top of that particular process. A similar process would be conducted for 23, yes.
If a venue, you put their hand up to have one of these festivals and there was any compliance action pending from council on that event, whether it be town planning or whatever, would they be excluded, or would they still be able to be considered for an event?
I think it's very difficult to look at hypothetical situations, Councillor. As Brenda said, there was a thorough assessment conducted on all of the venues that were considered. That's been shared with Council, I believe, several times. I'm happy to reshare that spreadsheet that was put together. We would need to take in all aspects into consideration when looking at any venue, and the points you raise are two critical ones that we would look at.
Councillor McGuinness, you were looking like you wanted to ask a question.
Yes, Mayor, following on from Councillor Enright's question on Escape in the Scenic Rim, what interest have we had from other venues apart from the 4 mentioned? 3 or 4, yeah. Are there others in other parts of the area that, yeah? Could you elaborate, please?
Certainly can. Thank you for the question. We issued an expression of interest form. Officers reviewed those expressions of interest a couple of weeks ago. I think from memory, around 25 other applications have come in, maybe a few more. I think a few have sort of crept in the last few days as well. We have had to draw a line under those. So there is significant interest from people to be part of the festival, and we think that will only grow. So I think we anecdotally as officers had hoped, starting small, to move from, you know, four partners to maybe, you know, 15 to 20. So those numbers are very encouraging.
Thank you. Councillor West, you.
Thank you. Brenda, I just on the Long Sunset, I just wondered if you may want to clarify just a little bit, because we are still trying to hold the first of these events of the Long Sunset, but the first one was actually funded with some bushfire funding, as I understand, isn't it? So it has to be held, that's why it's being held in Canungra. It had to be held in an area where the bushfires had occurred, but may not into the future. If you could just
That's absolutely right, Councillor, and thank you for the clarification. Yes, so that was some bushfire recovery funding that was received, the 200,000, and also, of course, with our partner Queensland Music Festival, who also received from funding for that particular project.
Any other clarifications? Councillor Swamber again.
Yeah, just a clarification on the economic benefits. We often get these predictions about the number of people and the economic benefits that might be achieved in the future, but do we actually quantify those benefits at the conclusion of these events to see whether those benefits are realised, and how do we do that? But two parts to my question. One, how was the modelling carried out in the first place, and second is, is there a benefits realisation process at the end of the events?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. You may recall many presentations that we've done through Economy ID that has shown the modelling, the economic modelling tool that is used to quantify the events. That works in a way that the number of anticipated visitors, both interstate, intrastate and local, are put into that modelling tool. And in the back end of that tool, there is a daily spend and an overnight stay rate based on tourism statistics. And it uses those statistics to quantify what the outcomes would be. In the case, for example, of the Long Sunset, since the last event we were just talking about, the prediction for the 2023 event is that it was an estimated unique visitors of around 5,000, and it modelled the overnight accommodation. That event has campsite accommodation as well. It models the average spend for the day visitor, the overnight visitor, and then the direct spend. That culminates in an input to the Scenic Rim of almost $1.4 million. In that, that estimated 5,000 spend, if I'm not wrong, Brenda, at the point of ticket sales, at the point of needing to move that event out, was about 3,800 ticket sales. And from memory, about 480 campsites had been sold of the 500 for sale. So that event would well and truly meet the modelling. Once an event is finished, we're able to do a wrap-up report, and in fact most events, that particularly those that have grant funds, we have to do acquittal reports. So all the facts and figures behind the event need to then be acquitted against the funding that we give. And councillors might recall that Brenda has each year brought forward an outcomes report for Eat Local Week that quantifies what has been delivered in terms of the economic throughput from Eat Local Week, as an example.
I was just going to add potentially to that comment as well. So the example that the GM mentioned in relation to Eat Local Week, we received support from our partner Tourism Events Queensland, who provide access to an external agency called IER, who actually conduct that independent reporting on Eat Local Week. So those facts are provided back to us via that independent agency. I do believe that IER also work with the likes of the Clydesdale Spectacular in Boona, but it would certainly, best practice would be to move as many of our larger events to utilising that model as possible. It does cost money. When it's provided to us by TEQ, that's very gratefully received, but certainly we're doing it for Eat Local Week, and for larger events such as this, where they can get out and actually do the research in the field and feed that back into their model and have it come from an external party, is really important.
Thank you. Any further clarifications, councillors? If not, can we move to introduce the recommendation, GM?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, before you today, three-part recommendation. That one, Council approve the applications being submitted to the Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 infrastructure project streams for the Bow Desert Community Hub and Library and the Canungra Visitor Information Centre revitalisation. And two, Council approve applications being submitted to the Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 for the Community Investment Stream for Escape in the Scenic Room 2023 and the Long Sunset 2023. And three, that Council approve the submission of any projects not successful through the Building Better Regions Fund Round 6 to be sought through other relevant grant rounds available in the next 12 months with a report to Council should they be successful.
Councillors, we have a recommendation in three parts. Seek a mover, Councillor Enright. Further points, questions to the motion, Councillor McConnell?
Just a quick one to the GM. Point 3, would that satisfy the criteria of a council resolution?
Yes, I believe so, because it's worded that Council approve the submission. So we're approving submitting those to future grants that become available.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion between councillors? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Used to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely, I would. I think this is another wonderful opportunity for our region to seek external funding. We have, I think, punched above our weight in receiving grant funding for a myriad of different projects and programs over the last couple of years and prior. I think we've only just got to look out the window here and look at to the front of where we are in the old Boona Chamber and look at the benefits that external funding has provided in assisting us to transform certain areas. And I think I was just walking up and thinking, walking up to the chamber this morning of what a fantastic transformation we've done at the back of this building, providing parking and a very pleasant environment. It certainly has an economic benefit to encouraging people into the Boona High Street. What's been done out the front and in High Street is remarkable. We've also got to look at what great success we've had with external funding in the Bow Desert Town Centre revitalisation project, where we have received 95% funding from external government avenue grants, so both the BBRF and Building Our Regions, the state equivalent. And I think what we are doing by seeking external funding is providing an improvement for our community infrastructure without the cost of that capital investment to our own ratepayers. So certainly endorse this motion.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor, I endorse the recommendation. I fear, maybe rightly or wrongly, that these grants are coming to an end, and we, you cynics who don't think that's going to happen. No, but I think it's, and there's vibes coming out that, you know, these are coming to an end, and we want to hop in and grab everything we can while we can, because I fear it's not going to last too much longer.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? I will speak in support of the recommendation. I think to the earlier comments, we've benefited greatly. We've worked to capture value out of every available program whilst they're available to improve our road networks our bridge networks, to improve our community spaces, and the value capture for our communities has been massive and is demonstrated from east to west across the region already, with other projects already in the pipeline, some of which will get further discussion today, that demonstrate that value capture. This is the next round of opportunity to continue to spread that, but also to not just improve infrastructure, but to also embed some events that continue to promote economic prosperity by bringing visitor economy into the region, which so many of our emerging operators are keen to capitalise on. And we should not forget that that's the ongoing opportunity, is that economic vibrance as well. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor, you wish to close? No. We put the motion, councillors, as previously discussed, in three parts. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.3, and conscious of time, I'm going to propose that before we start this item, that we will adjourn for 20 minutes, councillors, for comfort stop morning tea. For those in the gallery, get yourself a cup of tea or coffee or your beverage of choice, and we'll return by my phone. We'll return at 10:46. Welcome back, councillors, executive. Welcome back to those in the digital gallery as we resume our meeting, and we're continuing now with item 10.3, page 81 of your agendas. GM, we ask you to introduce this item again.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Item 10.3 is a Tambourine Mountain Library refurbishment concept design. This is being presented today by the Manager of Community and Culture, Deborah Moore. It's an important part of us progressing this project. It's, as you well know, it's grant funded, and for us to keep this moving and to meet the grant timelines, this project is being presented today. I want to draw your attention to a typographic error on page 81 of the agenda, and I thank Councillor McConnell's eagle eye for picking this up. The value of the refurbishment of Tambourine Mountain Library is out by $100. It's mentioned on the following page, which that is the correct amount. So page 81 should read $2,141,587, not $687. So I just thought I'd make that point, and I'll hand over to Deborah.
Thank you. So before you today, you have a floor plan for the library at Tamarine Mountain, which is the final one before it goes into detailed design and before we seek tenders on this. As Deborah has said, this is grant funded through QRA, and we are supposed to have this project finished by June of this year. We are currently seeking an extension of time on that, and we're just waiting on written confirmation. But we feel that that will be successful, that extension of time, which will put us out to the end of the year to have this project completed by. And I'm quite happy to take any questions from the floor about the layout plan.
Through you, Mayor, I have a question. Thank you, Deborah, for introducing that. Could you tell me what size is the new footprint of the library compared to the existing library, please?
Yes, I can certainly do that. So at the moment, the existing library footprint is around 315 square metres. When this one's finished, it will be around it will be around 890 all up for this one. So that's internal plus the external part of it, which is on the plan layout that yellow part, which is 101 square metres.
So that doesn't include any of this floor space for the existing library. That's a totally different footprint.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
yes.
2 or 2.5 or
Yeah,
almost 3 times the size.
We haven't, we're putting this into what was the former IGA building space, and we certainly haven't looked at spill into what is the current library footprint at all.
Deborah, can I just ask you to speak?
In addition to that question, will there be potential for community type meetings to be held outside library hours?
Definitely. So all the library meeting, the community meeting space in there has potential for outside meetings out of hours. That's why it's situated where it is, and there's external doors, and the internal library will be locked out after hours, so they'll just have access to those particular rooms.
Sorry, just wait a moment. Councillor, we can come back to you. The council is still asking questions.
Thank you. Can I just ask about public toilets? Are there public toilets within the library footprint?
So within the library footprint, we have allowed for a disability toilet and a baby change room. Outside of our footprint as part of the body corporate, there are existing toilets there, and they are available to the public to use.
So there's an improvement in facilities with the baby change room and the people with disabilities toilet that doesn't exist at the moment.
That's correct.
Oh, that's good. What is the total level of funding that's either occurred or is committed to as a part of this complete new library?
So at this point in time, it's just that grant funding, that 2.14 full amount. So that is committed to the refurb. It's 100% of the refurb is from grant funding. So council, the only contribution from council is we had to purchase the footprint in which we're going to put it in.
So there's a 2.1 grant, 2.14 grant funded.
That's correct.
As well as the purchase of the building.
Yes.
Which was paid for by council.
Correct. That was our contribution to the grant. Yes.
So a significant contribution toward the
limit the comments, councillor.
Yep,
keep the
you.
questions.
Righto. That's all I've got for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Swanborough? We'll go to Councillor West.
Just to, going back to earlier advice, we had an answer to a question. The yellow meeting rooms on the plan, are they the ones that have external access?
That is correct, councillor.
And is that so they're going to cut a hole in the wall there, are they? To get into meeting room 2, is that how you enter?
Yes, there will be a door, an external door off that veranda, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor West?
Sorry, can I just comment on that? It's important to point out in that configuration there is a maker room, a larger room that would enable masterclasses. There would be opportunity for many different organisations to book that, to do arts workshops and the like, and that's why we've also made sure that that maker room is a part of that yellow section to enable external access and therefore after hours access for the myriad of community groups on the mountain.
Thank you. Go to Councillor West, was waiting to ask a question.
So thank you, Deborah. I just wonder, when you did the community consultation back in October last year, did you feel like you got a really good response or from the community?
Yes, we felt we got a really good response from the community, and I actually had a couple of emails from some community members that had a lot of detailed information that they also contributed to the project, who in past life had designed library buildings as well. So they, I think they felt heard and had that ability to contribute to it, as well as all our face-to-face and our online. So people were very generous of what they came back with and what they thought were the main elements that they wanted to see in that design.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from Councillor Swamborough?
Yes. Can you tell me how the architects were chosen for this particular design and what other libraries have they built in the past?
I wasn't part of that tender process, but it was through a tender process, and I believe there were a number of architectural firms that put in for that tender. So they were chosen according to the criteria and went through our panel of people. And as part of that, they would have had to submit any projects and library projects that they've done before as well. But I wasn't part of that panel. That was left up to another area of council.
Further question, Councillor?
Through you, Mayor. Deborah, is it possible to outline the cost of the purchase of the building of the library?
Yes, I believe that's public knowledge, and the purchase price of the building, I believe, was 1.6 million that council purchased it for.
Thank you. Councillor Swamborough?
Oh, look, that figure probably doesn't accord with the financial that's in the report later on. I think the figure was 1.3 million something for the purchase price. Is it? Okay, it's just different in the financial report.
So do you have a question, Councillor? Did you have a question?
Look, I do have a question. Is there some other general manager who was a part of the process of selecting the architects who can advise, you know, what experience the architects had in designing libraries?
Neither general manager would have been a part of that process. It would have been a panel of internal staff in ANES. We're not in a habit of choosing people that don't have the appropriate skills to deliver the projects that we're trying to put across. So without having seen the submissions, I can, with Chris's agreement, categorically state that we will have chosen someone that has the appropriate skills. Is there a particular concern that you have regarding that, Councillor? I'm not quite sure the reason for the question.
Oh, look, I'm leading up to some questions about the design later on, but yeah, I'll let other people ask questions in the meantime.
Sorry, Councillor McConnell, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. The purple places bit that says Friends of the Library. Could you just elaborate on that?
So Friends of the Library support our volunteers and support our library staff. So what we have done is set aside a space for them whereby they can put in some secondhand books, and they help raise money for the library and put it back into the library service. So we've given them an area in which they can do that, but also have access to our back room, because they often help us with our resources and getting them ready for shelving.
So that'll be an external access into the Friends of the Library?
Yes, it will be.
Just with the next to it is the customer service area. Can you just elaborate on that? Is that separate to what we currently have, where the library section, in the current library, the library loan section is separated from the Scenic room customer service area? So
that room that you see there, that room that you see there shows that there's a main desk for library staff and customer service staff. Then if there is a customer that would like to pay a bill, then we can take them into that room to the side and actually process that payment for them.
So the loans and the customer service are on the same desk?
At this point, yes.
At this point?
Yep.
So that could change?
Well, it's in the plan to be there, yes.
And we took the lead for that. You may recall, Councillor, when we were having discussions about the Beaudesert Library, Councillor Swamborough in particular asked about at what point does customer service and the library offering, become one, because someone may come to check out a book but may also wish to pay their dog registration. So taking on the lead, and Deborah was answering questions about the Tambourine Mountain Library and the integration of that service earlier in the discussion, the same principle was applied here, and the room that's been set aside is for privacy and for transactions, you know, where someone might be wanting to read out some private details that you don't want the person borrowing a book beside them to hear. And so this is to offer a dual opportunity, both a coordinated customer service point and then a section that can be for more confidential transactions as required.
So there's a computer and everything in there for the customer service officer?
Yes, it's set up as a service point for the customer service officer.
Okay. Do you think there will be an increase in visitation to the new library?
Well, I mean, how long is a piece of string? I have no doubt that more people will utilise the service because it will enable the staff to broaden the offering that is in there. And the young people's area and the children's area, you know, we have an amazing amount of activity that happens during school holiday programs, local schools utilising that. But we've never really had a proper dedicated space. And I know from your visit in the library yesterday, you will have probably seen that community space gets pretty cramped at the moment. And given that this is going to be, you know, the current library is a third of the size of this essentially, I would imagine that we're going to see a much greater use, and also the opportunity for students to come in and do study and research. You know, it's far better layout in terms of accessibility for multiple users of the library, whereas the current library, we're trying to cram in all those things, you know, trying people to share and co-share spaces, and that's been very difficult managing during COVID as well. And I think that this, you know, presents an opportunity and a flexibility in service delivery that the staff don't currently have.
So the toilets that are outside council's control and part of the body corporate?
Yeah, so council is a member of the body corporate, and I might ask Chris if he would comment on the toilets, because I understand there's been some discussion about the quality of the toilets. And it's the current situation that library users of the current library use that toilet, and that won't change. The value add is the internal toilet that's available now to families and young mums and people with a disability.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you for handing over to me. The reality of it is we're part of the body corporate, and the toilets are part of the building structure as the body corporate. It's certainly a proposal of council to actually put forward that those toilets be refurbed, as well as other improvements to the general building. Some of the facade and other areas need painting, and there's a number of items that have been certainly brought to my attention that need some work, which would need council certainly to put funding towards that body corporate function.
Thank you. The next one is, in previous discussions over the years, an area was, I won't say agreed, but discussed to set aside for local artists to display their works. Was that included in this area? I see there's a display exhibition space.
So this is a library refurbishment project, and that's how it's been funded. So we're not able to create an art space specifically within this funding. What the team has cleverly done is by introducing the makerspace that opens up, I mentioned earlier, that opens up the opportunity for arts workshops and for any local arts groups to be able to utilise those community areas laid out there in the yellow. But the staff have worked with the designers to keep a display and exhibition space at that forefront there, where either mobile easels or display cabinets or something of the like could be utilised in that space. I think it's important. I did mention in an email to councillors yesterday that Deborah Moore was doing some further research, and we have seen some correspondence where a discussion came in about 5 years ago asking for some consideration for a dedicated space on Tambourine Mountain, and to this point in time we haven't been able to A, address the inequities in the size of the library there, or B, address a specific dedicated art space. What I should point out, that what's not subject to the discussion in this report nor with the funding is the space that will be vacated by the current library, and it's officer's intention to bring back a briefing to councils to work through what council's desire is for that space. And we have mentioned in many discussions with councillors in the past that there is a desire for an arts space on the mountain. And there's been conversations over the years about Vonda Youngman, and you will see in this report we're also successful in getting $600,000 for some work at Vonda Youngman Centre. But we need to do some thorough review and to work with the community to look at what the balance of space at 315 square metres that will be left once we vacate into this space. Unfortunately, we were not able to apply for the grant in such a way that was a catch-all to solve all the problems on Tambourine Mountain in one hit. This is an iterative process, and what this does by the tripling of the size of the library, it frees up the 315 square metres for further exploration. The library caters for some, temporary mobile exhibition space there, and that yellow community space. Bearing in mind, any proper art gallery would be a very expensive exercise. It needs to have the proper controlled air conditioning. You need to have storage. You need to be able to manage the artefacts and, the paintings and the like. We're not proposing a full-blown Mona, as you would find in Tasmania. We're proposing to explore the opportunities for that site at a later date. But in the meantime, have some interim solutions here.
Thank you. The last one is a proposed outdoor area. That's not part of the refurb?
It is part of the refurb, but one of the things we've done is we are not sure how far our dollars is going to go for at this point in time. So that will be stage 2. If there's enough money left in it, we will do it straight away. But we just need to, when we put the tender out, we'll know then, based on our detailed design, what the price will come back for both the internal and that external area.
And it's also important to note that there will need to be a discussion with the body corporate about that space because it comes outside of the council-owned footprint. And so, as Deborah says, there's further exploration required for that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Swanborough, I do have a response. Just quickly, one of the officers who was a part of the tender panel has messaged me while the meeting's happening, and this particular set of architects also designed the Caloundra Library, for example, and have done a lot of childcare and education-based design, apart from all their commercial and other aspects as well. So they seem to be quite well experienced in this type of design.
Thank you for that answer. Councillor, just before, because you've already asked some questions, I'm happy to let you ask more questions. I'd just like to throw 2 questions in to the BM Asset and Environment Sustainability. Given we've now purchased a large footprint and still hold another footprint, in terms of body corporate of the operational footprint, in practical terms, what do we represent as a percentage of the body corporate?
I cannot answer with exactness to the nearest percentage, but I believe it's around 80%, and it could be quite slightly more. A figure of 83% comes to mind, but rather than be held to 83%, I would prefer to say it's approximately 80%. And if I'm proven to be incorrect in that, I will certainly bring that information back to council at a later date.
Thank you. And I just had one other at the moment to you, Deborah. In terms of the designs that have been explored and the research of other facilities, modern facilities, such as a hub library, the design around consolidating multifunction service as a main desk, is that becoming a common feature of such facilities? I seek either the GM or yourself.
It's a bit divided on that. Some have tried it and gone back to just being a library service and having separate customers. Others have integrated. It's a bit of a moving feast across libraries and councils and how they wish to run their operations. So it depends on probably the council area and also the customers as well.
And can I also add, Mayor, staff also think the same. Some love the idea of integration and some will hate it because, you know, a librarian who's had a history of libraries, you know, in their blood for 35 years might not want to learn how to do a rates transaction or a you know, process a dog registration. So there'll be challenges from both sides, both from the community use and the staff adopting that new model, but we're open to it. Councillors have asked us to consider it, and that's why we have done it in this design as well as the Beaudesert design. And I guess watch this space because we're constantly on a road of business improvement. And if it if it doesn't improve the service experience for the customer and or for the team delivering it, then we'll be open to reviewing that again in the future. Mayor, I need to make a correction. I said Caloundra Library. I apologise. I meant to say Coolangatta Library. Sorry, those Caloundra and Coolangatta sound the same. Look slightly different.
It's a challenge with text.
Both
Councillor Swanbury, you had further questions?
No, that's very interesting because I visited the Coolangatta Library probably half a dozen times in the last few months. So I'm well aware of what the Coolangatta Library is like. Well, it's a completely different situation. It's flooded with light. It's on the second floor of a shopping centre complex. It's air conditioned. It's got escalators going up to it. It's it's pretty modern. But for the size of it, it would only be the size of the, it'd only be 300 or 400 square metres, I suppose. It's only a small one. But look, my question is, I understand that, what elements of the library have gone into here, and they're just the standard elements that generally go into every library. What I'm concerned about is the architect's brief, I suppose, because the challenge with this particular building is that it's a massive warehouse space. And I'm just concerned about the ambience that's going to be created in this design, because to me, it's really quite clinical. It's all done in squares, shelves are in lines. There's only one curved wall in the whole building. We don't have any indication of the use of the vertical height. We don't have any indication of the attempts at acoustic mitigation. We don't have any idea about how the signage is going to work. I share your concerns, General Manager, about how that customer service area is going to operate, because having built 3 libraries with integrated customer services myself in multiple councils, I don't think that's a very good design personally. I'm very concerned about the toilet situation, because I don't believe that, the outside body corporate toilets will ever be suitable for mothers or old people having to go out there to use those particular toilets. They simply are not safe. That's the long and the short of it.
If I could just interject there, Councillor, that's exactly why we've designed a PWC and a mother's room, a parent's room within the library to address that issue.
Thank you. Just continue your question, Councillor.
Yeah. The other thing I'm concerned about is just the space and the light, which is going to come into this library. We really need a lighting plan for how this is going to be lit up, and we need an interior design plan. Before we go to tender, it's really going to be necessary to do all those things. We need acoustic, we need lighting, we need signage. We really need to consider that customer service area, because I really don't believe that, it'd be very inefficient to take people from the front counter, wheel them off to a separate room, sit down, get comfortable and do one transaction, which might take 5 minutes or less, or just a bit of advice. It's just like anything. You need to commit one way or the other which way you're going to go. You can't sit on the fence on these particular issues. Is it going to be integrated or is it not going to be integrated? If you can't make that decision now, those counters and everything that are being designed for this thing, they cost an enormous amount of money, and generally they need to be raised floors is the best practice for a customer service counter. You can't have, you know, all your staff standing up all day or even leaning on bar stools, which is what would have to happen in this circumstances. And it doesn't also give wheelchair access to those people who come in and want to do transaction that are going to have to be wheeled into, you know, that it's separate area. And I don't know whether there's a low counter there for them, but and what about the future expansion? I don't see any opportunity really to put more books in this library, and after all, we're catering for a library which is supposed to have a catchment of 15,000 people, and whilst it's got the extra space, it doesn't seem to have any extra shelving. So I guess the question before I go on is, you know, what is the increase in book space, number of books that will go into this library?
Councillor, you've asked about 5 questions through there. I hope the GMs or someone's kept track of them. This is the problem, Councillor, you forget that you are asking questions and you keep going instead of letting a question get answered.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. Those insights are valuable and would have also been really insightful to be provided during the consultation process that occurred that Deborah has outlined in the report. That said, I need to point out that this is a floor plan layout. So we shouldn't expect a floor plan, which is essentially a concept plan, to give you all of the other points that you just asked following that point. The lower counter at customer service will cater for wheelchairs, but the point of adopting this floor plan concept today is to go to detailed design. That will come back with finishes, it will come back with lighting, it will come back with everything else that's required. So I'm sorry if we've overstated today, but it's quite clear that the plan is a floor plan layout. The blank shelves, there's new shelving, the layout and design, the shelves can be moved. This is just showing the extent with which the library can be expanded to. There's window bays with large glass areas with vertical windows in the far walls, so there will be lots of light coming in. So I know that is not telling on this plan because it's simply a floor plan, a layout. And the purpose of getting this adopted today is twofold, so that we can go to detailed design, but so that we also do not lose this money, because if we don't meet the grant timelines, we will not be able to progress, you know, to deliver this promised facility in Tambourine Mountain. So today it is about getting some level of agreement to this layout, and then detailed design needs to occur. I think I've covered off most of those questions. As for wheelchair access, not having that, I'm not sure where you got the impression from that, because there's quite a sizable entry where wheelchairs would be able to come in and they would be able to be serviced at that counter. Our staff are very adept at helping people that need assistance in the library. And you know, this will be refurbished to Australian standards, so I'm not sure what gave you the impression there's no wheelchair access there.
I didn't say that actually.
So, well, thanks for the clarification. Okay. But
as for the number of books that there's going to be, I don't have the new figure off the top of my head. I don't know if our regional librarian has that. Are you aware, Deborah, of what the scale up will be?
I'm not at the moment, because there's still a lot of work to do around volume and a lot of detail that has to go into some spreadsheets for the architects to be able to do the design.
So a question in relation to that storage area. What is proposed to be put into that storage area shown on the eastern side of the building behind the Friends of the Library?
So the storage area is where our resources will come into the library, and they'll need to be any books or videos, they need to be covered. They need to have all their codes on them so that we can people can check them out. So that is a storage and workroom. And if you've been into the back of the current library, you'll see that there's a lot of shelves in there with new resources in there that have to be put be put into the computer, be covered and have their barcodes put on them before they go out onto the main floor. So that area will have a lot of those things in there.
It would also hold any of the school holiday program and children's activities. It will store all of that. Can I just point out on the plan as well, the blank shelves, so you can see on the plan there are some shaded shelves and then there's some blanks up the top there near the young people, 2.5 rows, and down the bottom. Those blanks are all additional shelving that are made possible by to cater for the larger library.
Sorry, can I just clarify that, because so looking at the plan on the left-hand side of the page on the screen, under where the title Young People is,
yes,
there's a series of indicative sets of shelving. The ones that don't have shaded boxes are all additional. Additional
to there, and at the bottom there, down the bottom end
as well.
Yeah.
Just for clarity. Thank you, Councillor Swan.
Yeah, in relation to the theme, when the original library was built, we tried to sort of have a theme, because we tried to recognise that Tambourine Mountain, is a place for creative arts and whatever. And so the whole glass windows from one end of the library to the other was a place where local artists could hang and sell their paintings, and that went on for at least a decade, and quite a lot of paintings were sold to the community, and some commissions actually came back to council in relation to that. So I think that might be where former councillor is coming from in relation to, how we're going to cater a little bit for that as a theme. And when it comes to the ambience of the library, that's why I was asking about, was the architect briefed about, what theme, if any, he proposed to generate by his design for the library, because it seems very clinical and sterile to me. And when you walk in that door, you're going to see from one end to the other a little bit, like a supermarket without any shelves in many respects. And so, was there any theme suggested by the architect for this library? Was there any suggestion to recognise the values of Tambourine Mountain, the creative arts or the history or whatever, when doing this design? Because it just doesn't seem to, have any direction to me about what we're trying to achieve. And after all, this is the main library in Tambourine Mountain. It'll be visited by many, many tourists and guests who come to the mountain, and it needs to have some pizzazz. It needs to be a little bit special. And at the moment, it's not special. It's functional, but it's not special. It doesn't jump out to me as if it's going to meet that wow factor that people expect when they walk into a new library. And that's what I would have hoped the architects could have been briefed on, to try and come up with something special, rather than just, on a grid system, plonk in all the functional areas. And that seems to me what's been done here.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor, and assumptions about the briefing to the consultant. What I might point out is it's a floor plan layout, and I don't know too many floor plan layouts that have pizzazz. The pizzazz will come when the detailed concept designs have been done, and that will come back and show colourings and finishes. And if you recall the briefings that we've done on the Beaudesert Library, that came back and showed the types of areas, examples, finishes. I mean, our Ipswich Library, I understand, was a warehouse, was it not? Caroline, you were part of the development of that. I thought you might like to make a comment about how you added the pizzazz to that library.
Yes, thank you. So I'm not sure whether you've had the opportunity to visit the new Ipswich Library in the top town, in Nicholas Street Mall in Ipswich. It was an enormous warehouse type space. We had the same concerns when we proposed the design, the floor plan in that space. It is vast, and we were concerned that it would be a bit of a vacuumous kind of feel. Certainly those concerns weren't allayed at this concept design stage, but they were as we entered into the detailed design. That library has gone on to win numerous awards since it opened, and I would encourage you to go down and have a look at that library just to get that sense of, and I certainly empathise, it's very difficult to get a sense of the look and feel now, but as the detailed design happens, that unfolds, as I'm sure has been your experience in your previous involvement with library design.
Yes, so could you enlighten me as to what elements they introduced into that vacuumous space to achieve the purposes that you say they achieved?
It was all of the things you talked about, and which I'm sure would come through in a detailed design. It was about lighting, it was about coverings, whether that's floor coverings, furnishings, it was about airflow, the positioning of different functions of the library to encourage movement throughout the library or not, depending on what the goals are. So those are the things. I think working with library design specialists and architects was something that instilled a significant amount of confidence in me when I was involved in the design of that library. And I can only assume that the same has happened for Deborah's team, in that those are the things that those specialists will focus on, and they will brief the officers as time goes on, and I'm sure those updates will be brought to council as required.
During the consultation, I can add that the community said they wanted, because we asked these types of things in the consultation as well, warm colours, environmental feel, lots of plants and greenery, separate area for kids areas to mitigate sound, and that at one end it would be wise to have the kids area contained, to keep those activities in the one location. So the community has already given us quite a bit of feedback, and all of that community consultation feedback has been fed through to the architects.
Councillor, you have a further question?
Yeah, look, to me, at the moment, the game changer with this one is the access to the toilets. We have a design here which, to me, really needs to have the internal toilets for all of the public, not just the staff, and one changed, disabled toilet inside. If there were 30 people in the library, the one toilet access to them would simply not be enough. They would have to go outside to go to the other one that's not air conditioned. It has a hallway which is 900 millimetres wide. At the back of it is a female toilet with a door. The male section is at the front. Males and females, you wouldn't know who was in that toilet when you opened the door and went inside. It is simply not safe. And there would be a reluctance of anybody to use that toilet if the doors were open or multiple keys were given out. You wouldn't know who was in there and you wouldn't go in there. And that was always the complaints that I had when I was looking after that particular library. And it really hasn't changed. The only thing that did change is it was closed to the public for that reason, and it was put a lock on the door, and you could only enter it by key. Well, that's not going to be satisfactory as a public toilet to be able to do that. So to me, the question is, why can't we look at putting the toilets at this point in time in it? Because any solution that doesn't have the toilets inside won't be able to achieve unless we instruct the architect now to include that in the design.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor. I do wish you'd solved that problem when it was yours back in the day. That not having occurred, we're doing the best with what we've got. And I guess if you're asking us to instruct them to add a full set of public toilets into this library, we will not be able to afford that in the grant, and we will not be able to afford to fund that under the current level of funding, and it will take out a lot of the usability that the library has here that the community have indicated that they want. The officers and the architects did explore at length the ability to have access from the new library space through to the toilets, but as you rightfully point out, there is a hallway, and it was simply from the design of the building, it was simply not structurally able to occur. And as the General Manager pointed out earlier, the body corporate is going to be asked to consider the toilets to address some of the issues that you've just raised. At this current point in time, the current library users use that set of toilets, and the value add will be the additional toilets inside. And if the body corporate is agreeable to reviewing and upgrading the toilets outside, I think it'll address the concerns that you have. I guess the facts remain either we as a council want to deliver the promise that's been made of a refurbished library, some 900 square metres, triple the size that is currently there, or we don't. And should we add and add and add things to this that aren't affordable to the grant, then I guess the only other question remains whether council's wanting to do that and whether the council wanting to fund that. Because at the moment, this is a fully funded project, and it's delivering on the desires and wants that were identified in the community consultation. And this today is about approving a floor plan layout so we can go to detailed design and then address many of the other elements that have been raised.
So, Councillor, before, if you have a question, rather than getting into a debate, we can have a discussion in a bit, but if you have a question.
The question is, seems like you have a lot of knowledge about the cost already. Could you share with us the quantity survey that you have to justify the statements that you say that we can't afford a set of toilets in a $2.1 million refurbishment of a building with 800 square metres under roof?
There was originally some costings done on what would be required to refurbish the building, correct, Deborah? And there's been some estimates as to what this layout would cost to deliver.
We haven't done the QS on this layout as yet because we're waiting for detailed design. We have only got an indicative from which we actually applied for the grant for. So we are not going to know the true value until such time as we do the detailed design and have a QS back on that.
So based on that, there is no justification for saying that we can't afford to put toilets in. Would that be correct?
The justification for indicating what I did, Councillor, was based on the cost in the discussions that we've had with our colleagues in ANES about the cost to deliver toilets. So the infrastructure required for such an addition inside the building is an expensive cost, as you will well know.
So my question is, so you have discussed this issue. What was the cost of the toilets that you received to make that decision?
I haven't made any decision, Councillor. What I said was if you're wanting to direct us to add toilets to this, I think it will blow the grant out and we will not be able to fit everything that has been identified by the community as being desired in this library and deliver it within the grant funds.
Thank you. You've clarified that point, Councillor. There's no information further available today. So can you please move on to a different...
Well, my next question is the librarian has indicated that that space where the storage area is, which incidentally would be back up to the actual toilet where all the services are already in the wall and the drainage is already in the wall, where that storage area space was. There was an indication that a local history collection would also be stored in that particular area from another library. Is that still the case that that is going to occur?
We are looking at increasing our service to Tamarine Mountain Library, and as our librarian up there is our history librarian, we are looking at gathering some of our history and being able to, with the expanded area, being able to have a dedicated history section for that area up there, which we don't have at the moment.
Could I ask some questions just for clarification for everybody? With the floor plan that's at page 84 of 164 in the agenda, in the area, the white area to the right of storage and Friends of the Library, confirming that that footprint immediately to the right of that line is not under council control. It's under the control of the body corporate. It's not part of the existing library footprint.
Yes, I can confirm that just the immediate section to the eastern part of the plan there is not in the control of council, but the body corporate, and that then adjoins to lots that is under council control.
That actually, just a clarification, Mr. Mayor, that actually that is the wall that adjoins the toilet facility, which is the common area of the body corporate.
Sorry, councillor. I understood your comment. I was pointing out that's the end of the footprint we have available for council control footprint as the new library, which is the constraint. And in terms of the footprint that has been purchased, colloquially the IGA footprint on this floor, structurally it's not, there's no consideration for expanding that footprint and significantly modifying that structure. Would I be right to suggest that would significantly change the cost if there was suggestion to expand that footprint?
Certainly, I can only answer the question in the fact that any structural changes to the current layout of the building would certainly add considerable costs. Certainly one of the options near the start was certainly looking at whether there was ability to expand downstairs and that sort of thing, but given reality of it is that would then create quite a considerable amount of additional costs.
A supplementary question to that, would such an expansion be possible as a separate project in the future, given we've got a limitation on current funds? Is that foreseeable as a possible future project?
Yes, there is always a potential if funds were made available to do so.
Thanks for that clarification.
Supplementary question to that, Mr. Mayor, is that I was not suggesting that we expand into anybody else's area, but in that storage area, there is a huge amount of room, and that wall on the eastern side is a wall that adjoins the existing toilet facilities where all the water and drainage is already in that particular or on that particular wall. So to me, you know, that is a real plus when it comes to structurally, and it also means that the cost of adding, you know, a few additional toilets in there would not be excessive.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I thought you were going to ask a question, but you never quite stay with the process. So that's just, unfortunately, it seems to be the way life is. The further clarification, the implication of expanding toilet footprint would be a reduction of one or other of the utility spaces, either for customers or for the support service activities. Were such considerations in any other of the proposals, and what sort of implication would it be? What would be a typical footprint to provide? I don't understand, you know, the hypothetical, but let's start with the notion of providing a single, effectively a single pedestal or a double pedestal footprint for each gender in a facility. What would that take out of the footprint? Is that a reasonable question to understand? If it's, I know it's not a question prepared for, so if it was an estimate, we won't hold your feet to the fire on it. I think recognise that.
Look, I take on board the question, and without consideration for, I'll probably answer the question in the way that it's not just the pedestal and the toilet, it's also the access area to that, and providing, so I would, at the most, it would probably take up that entire storage area. And you would then have to change the layout in which where the blue on the map actually shows where it's the public accessible areas. So it would then require a full reconfiguration or potential reconfiguration of how the library layout would sit, and you might find that some of the well, in my language, it's a pinky colour, but others may correct me to some more technical term. Would actually then impact on other areas of how the flow for internal operations of the library would occur. So I think you would, so look, it's a long-winded answer for a question that would otherwise you'd think be reasonably simple, but there are a lot of moving parts that would be impacted by actually putting a toilet facility in that eastern corner.
And that would also include public having access through the back office area where staff are, and remembering that this has cash handling involved as well. So we'd also need to think about the safety of the process of being able to do that.
Thank you. So can I just clarify one more question to that then? In the alternates considered, that hasn't been a developed concept, and I don't know whether it's pink. If you're talking about the area staff room through to storage, I call it salmon, but we won't start a debate about colours. But I think that's just a point of note. Councillors, any further?
Sorry, Matt, could I just make one final comment to that? I think you're right, it might be salmon, but it might put at risk the Friends of Library space, which the Friends of Library particularly are keen to have. And the other thing for consideration is Peter Mowick's review that occurred talked about the ideal size for the expansion of a Tambourine Mountain Library, which was, if I'm not mistaken, Deborah, is 940 square metres. Deborah was asked a question by Councillor Enright earlier. This gets us close to 900 square metres, and so what the staff have tried to do, working with the architects, is get as much library as we can for our buck, and not duplicate facilities that already exist. And by utilising the space here, that storage area is required to service the volume of what is contained in that library, and it goes very close to meeting the recommendation under that library review, which we've provided to council on several occasions. It's just shy by 40 square metres, and we would lose much more of that space by adding toilets to it.
And as part of the consultation process, there was only one person that actually asked around having toilets inside the library.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McConnell.
Just a quick one. Our purchase of this space, did it include the downstairs part of the IGA?
Yes, we do have access to a small storage area that's currently occupied by another entity.
But we own it?
Yes, we do.
But there's a lease over that at this stage.
So in the, and I will say it is pinky, I agree with the GM. It looks like stairs and a elevator, is that correct?
Yes, it is, but they will not be in use over this design. They'll be blocked off for now.
And how are we getting, with this floor plan, how are we getting in and out of the storage?
So the storage is on the same floor. I think you're just looking at the stair that's beside the storage.
No, just the storage area that you got there. How are we accessing that to move books to and from the library? As in from external? to bring books up from Beaudesert to this library to put them in that storage, how is that accessed?
Well, we'll have to bring the van in and just trolley them into that area, either through Friends of the Library or in through the library door and in through the back end of it.
So there's no concept of using that downstairs to bring them up, so we're not doing that.
That has been considered, but it's not available to be a part of this project at this point in time.
And the other thing with that is there has been no assessment on its age, replacement, or whether it's in good working order or not,
Okay.
which could
So,
be
Yeah.
extra money.
Okay. Thank you.
My question is, when do we have access to that downstairs area? How long does the lease go? What does the lease say about ability of the owner to give notice and terminate the lease?
I'll have to take that question on notice, and we'll also provide that a further update to council will be provided in future around not only that portion of the lots that we own, but also potential options for the area that will be vacated when this new library is in operation. So that's all I can provide today.
My question is, wouldn't it be sensible and reasonable, having owned that area downstairs and being used by the IGA for storage when it was a supermarket, that any design that we do now should at least cater for access again to that particular facility? I mean, as the library grows, it's obvious that, that's a perfectly functional, and it's anybody designing a library would want to be able to deliver the books, not through a public area or on trolleys to a storage room.
Just in answer to that statement, I don't believe there is any exclusion by the layout that's actually provided here of that not being an option in the future.
And we also need to consider levels and flooding and other accessibility issues associated with the downstairs. That's why the grant really is only funding what we've put forward today. It doesn't exclude any future considerations, as the GM says.
Just a question on that to the General Manager. Are you saying that the grant doesn't exclude to the full IGA building that we built? It only extends to the floor plan that you were nominating?
Not that I'm nominating, councillors. That was discussed with the council in the delivery of the project and development of the grant application. It was proposed to buy the building and use this part, and that's what was submitted under the grant.
So just a question to that. Given the downstairs area, we all know from prior conversation when the purchase was completed, there is an existing tenant. If the notion was to hold off or to wait to try and renegotiate that and then to incorporate the upgrades to a questionable old lift and to integrate that as potential storage now, firstly, what would be the implications in terms of the likely scenario for that to conclude in time to satisfy the grant timeframe? And secondly, is there any idea what the likely scenario of costs around refurbishment of a lift run to, if that were to then be tried to incorporate into a current project?
So the report states that the current project and grant funding is to be completed by 30 June. We'll already be struggling to meet that deadline, to get detailed design and go to market and get it developed in that time. So we may be struggling with that, Mayor. And I understand, GM ANES, that when your team has looked at this in the past, that infrastructure downstairs is very aged, not functioning at this point in time, and it would be a costly exercise for us to incorporate into this project, is what I understood from those early discussions.
Yes, that is correct.
Councillor Swanberg.
My question is in relation to, we've already my question is in relation to the extension of time that we're seeking. We all know that this is a federal grant from our local member, Scott Buchholz, through this particular funding channel.
Sorry, point of order, Councillor. I wouldn't like you to verbal the federal member. The federal member has not provided this grant. That's a false statement. This grant is through a particular funding program administered by the federal government and not administered by Scott Buchholz.
That is correct, Mayor.
It's actually administered through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority.
So please, Councillor, I have to stand up for Mr. Buchholz so that he doesn't get misrepresented on that.
Well, I want to give him the recognition that the member deserves, quite frankly, because he represents our particular area, and I know he's been a great supporter of giving grants to the Scenic Rim for a whole number of reasons. So you've got to give credit where credit is due.
That's very different to your original statement, Councillor.
Well, you've interpreted it differently to what was the intent, I guess.
No, Councillor. But anyway, continue. It's important to have clarity.
Thank you. Everybody knows that, you know, we are in a supply chain crisis at the moment. And we've had extensions on multiple grant applications that we have because we've been unable to complete them. It's perfectly justifiable, and it's not unforeseen that an application for a grant based on the fact that the whole world is trying to construct things and there is not materials and the plumbing people and the decorators and whatever available to do them. I don't see that there's a great rush. I see if you want to make an application, you could easily extend it out to another 6 months if necessary. And I think my view is based on the circumstances, we would get an extension of time to do that. I think these other options need to be investigated before we rush in and say, let's go out to the architects to get this done, because if we don't, we're going to lose the grant. I think that's an unrealistic summation of where we are at the moment, and I would recommend that we just apply for an existing extension. We add a few more months onto it, and we address the issues that have been raised here today. And that's my question. You know, why would that not be possible to ask for an extra 6 months or 4 months or whatever to consider, you know, what we've been discussing today in relation to the toilets?
And in my report, Councillor, I have written in there that it is to be completed by the 30th of June, but I've also said that we're currently seeking an extension of time till the end of December, and I'm just waiting to, I've been told that verbally it will probably be approved, but we're actually waiting on that approval in writing. So we have already asked for that to be extended to the end of December.
And Councillor, as you would know from your years of experience in administering grant funds, we can ask for it, but it isn't always approved. And we've brought recently to the table things where we've had to lose money or potentially lose money because then there isn't a willingness or an appetite to extend. There isn't a bottomless time frame for grants. And sometimes, yes, in recent times where there are external pressures, we have seen some things be agreed to, but we've also, and there's a number of grants that I know Deborah and her team fight hard to get extensions for, and we could be fighting until November before we find out that we get the extension. So we also need to be careful that we do not put this money at risk by taking the project in a completely different direction, because any major changes to this layout would need to go back to the community, because the community has had input into this design and the desires of what they see here. And the one person who asked for internal toilets also had that input. But I caution you about just assuming that we can just tick over the clock and add months and months to a project, because even stalling, extending the time frame, all the other work that needs to go on still needs to happen systematically in order to deliver within the December timeframe.
My question to you, based on that, is you say that if we make this small change by adding in a couple of extra toilets, we would have to go back out to the public for consultation. You've already said in the report you're informing the public of this particular floor plan. They haven't even seen the first copy yet, and you're telling me if I make a small change, we'd then have to go out to the public and get them to sign off on it. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I understand the confusion you have, Councillor, but if you listen to the General Manager of Assets and Environmental Sustainability, it isn't a case of popping a couple of toilets in here. We would need to do a complete redesign to fit it all in and to make the library function to what the community told us they want to see in this library. I understand the concerns that you've raised. I don't agree with toilets on the inside. I think I've made that clear. I don't think it's necessary, and I don't want to undermine the capacity of providing a fully functioning service to Tambourine Mountain that's well overdue.
So, Councillor, I think once again you've questioned that to death. You're getting into the point of debate with the officer and the officer equally, and I need to draw that to a close. If there is a new area of question, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor McGuinness, did you have a question?
Yes, Mayor. Could I just ask how many other businesses are in the body corporate here apart from ourselves? I'm asking the question in relation to the use of the toilet.
Well, I'll let the GM answer, please. Councillor Swanborough.
One other at this point in time. That is the post office out the front.
Thank you. Councillor, any other? Then I think we just, sorry, Councillor Enright.
Question is that, is there any opportunity to progress this floor plan with feedback without delaying the process to detailed design?
So when you're asking for feedback, are you wanting this to go back to a full consultation as to what other elements besides what people have already said they want in the library, if they want additional elements within that footprint?
My question was probably with feedback to the architect. With feedback from what's come out in the discussion today. That's my question.
Well, the architect at this point in time is acting within what we have let them know has been feedback. I would need very clear direction from council if we are to include toilets in this design, and ask them to go back and redraw anything within the library and do a whole new reconfiguration of it.
So thank you. And conscious of the timelines that we're working under, do you have any idea on what impact that would take as far as getting to the stage of detailed design?
It would probably, it depends on them changing the designs, but I would need to then bring this back to a council for a vote again. So I would say 2 to 3 months on top of what we've already got before we go to detailed, because we cannot go to detailed until we have consensus on what we're designing.
The other would be additional cost, Councillor, that will be taking much needed funds out of the refurbishment budget.
Yep, thank you for that input.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any additional comments that can add value? Not debate. We'll go to discussion in a while, Councillor, but any additional comments?
Mayor, could I just perhaps suggest that in council adopting this floor plan, that some consideration be given to the addition of toilets on site as a item for this year's coming budget. Looking at the timelines, you'd probably find that they would align.
Can I just clarify, CEO, are you talking about council committing to refurbishment of the public toilets adjacent as opposed to the additional toilets inside?
Yes, I'd be thinking that it would be the refurbishment of the existing toilets on site, which are used as by members of the body corporate and their visitors.
Thank you.
If council was interested in those being public toilets, in addition, outside hours, I think that's a discussion that needs to occur outside of this session as well, because this is about the floor plan of what's in front of us now. And I am aware that we have a public convenience schedule of rollouts of public toilets, and one in the North Tambourine area, other than at Guysman Oval, isn't something that's on that priority list.
Thanks for that observation. You have a question, Councillor?
Yeah, just in response to the CEO suggestion, there is no footprint in this building that would allow for any suitable refurbishment of any toilets. There's a structural wall that adjoins the white space, which is where the existing toilets are, and the existing council library that's in use at the moment. This is a 3 metre wide corridor that goes the full length, between the outside veranda to the back wall, and it is just going to be almost impossible to turn them into proper functioning safe toilets. And then it doesn't solve the situation. It still means that the elderly, the children, all the users in the library will still have to go outside and go to an external shared toilet, rather than being able to have the convenience of using one inside their library, as you would expect in most libraries, including the Coolangatta Library.
Sorry, Councillor, it's unfortunate that didn't evolve into a question again. I'm not sure why that's such a difficult concept.
Perhaps Mayor, I could just clarify, the toilet inside will be accessible for elderly and children.
Thank you. I think that's been said, pointed out a few times. Thank you for that clarification. So we move forward. There don't seem to be any additional value add. So we do have a recommendation that we should table, and then we can have councillor discussion after we have a mover.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that council approve the floor plan layout final for the refurbishment of the Tambourine Mountain Library for progression to detailed design and then to tender.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell, thank you. Now, councillors, any further questions for officers? Any additional discussion, councillors, you wish to have? I do have some discussion. Councillor Swamborough, I've heard you talk a lot about adding additional toilets inside the wall. I would be interested to know which of the spaces you would compromise, given the outside structure is pretty rock solid. In the time frame we're trying to work through on this single floor, which is a constraint that we have all known for some time, what would be your indication if this notion of adding those toilets inside there, which space would you compromise from your experience, councillor? Which would you take away? The children's space?
I know, Mr. Bear, if you have a look at whatever colour you described it as, where the storage is, there's a staff toilet in there, and it looks like it's all of about 1 metre and a half maybe by barely 2 metres. If you take that square box for one toilet, and we're saying we want a male and a female toilet for the public, that could easily be accommodated in that storage area without too much detriment at all to the library. It would take an architect 30 minutes to draw that in, I believe. You could even move around the Friends of the Library thing there. The Friends of the Library, could also share other spaces in the library. So it's a big area to utilise. And so, yeah, I think that given the size of the staff toilet, multiply it twice, put it up against the wall in there, would be easily achievable and a great outcome for the public. We've got even if it's such a problem to have this, we could even just turn that staff toilet into a public toilet. We'll make it the male toilet and put a female toilet in there.
Sorry,
and then the staff would have to just go outside, the same as the public to go into the corporate one next door.
Councillor, given the important observation that the reason that's a different colour code is that it's an area that has a level of security. There is the management of funds in that space. There's also personal space of staff, and trying to maintain the respectful treatment of staff, as well as then ensuring the ability to accommodate historic exhibits, as well as the storage of materials and the management of materials into and out of this library. I don't hear how your solution accommodates that. It seems to be taking everyone into the salmon or pink space, depending on your colour code. So I just make that observation that it seems to be, it requires a major reshuffle in that space to accommodate, is just my discussion.
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor. The staff could easily use the access toilet and lobby. There's only 4 people in this particular library, and then you just got to duplicate one toilet. The architects can move the Friends of the Library access space around a little bit, but we could easily accommodate one little cubicle extra if the staff use the access toilet, and then we wouldn't be compromising the toilet for the public. And I'm only got the public in mind. The public deserve to be able to use a safe toilet inside their facility.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, I think you have failed to hear what I've said. To move to that space on the right-hand side means moving through behind the space that is the designed space for staff utilisation, and particularly in a circumstance where you have funds, you might have other confidential conversations going on in the customer service room. There's a number of other features that you're now introducing a traffic flow, an indiscriminate traffic flow of people from in the library through that working space. To me, that creates a significant need to rearrange. If that were to be accommodated at this time, it would need rearrangement of all of that space. Councillor Enright, were you going to ask a question or add to the discussion? No. Was that similar, was it? That was similar. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, it was a similar question. Yeah.
Any other discussion, councillors? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, Mayor, I thought it was, wouldn't it take a lot to take a hallway off the Friends of the Library and have available? And I agree with the comments made. You don't back of house, another wall there with the toilet. It's a big thing. Take a metre or a big hassle either. Big impediment to them.
Would
So-
you like to volunteer to advise them of that, councillor?
So, councillor,
if you like.
councillor,
yeah.
just,
Can, if you like,
councillor,
GM. Yeah.
councillor, just virtually, that would make it a little, about a 2 metre square space potentially. But you're talking about creating a corridor to outside, which was exactly what I heard councillor Swamborough wanting to avoid. Because going through the Friends of the Library, that brown area is the veranda outside the building. It's not inside the library.
The fact is that it's our building though. It's our responsibility in the toilets, not public toilets.
Sorry, councillor, the toilets on the right-hand side are outside that black line on the right, in the white, are body corporate, which we're the majority of. But I'm trying to understand if you're proposing that we need a review of the space, the intent that I heard from the council was there had to be internal access. So I'm not sure how your proposal satisfies that intent for internal access. Should the floor plan change?
Don't necessarily agree with everything Councillor Swamborough says then.
Can I just get in on the discussion?
Sorry, councillor McConnell.
The current library, I believe, is 5 separate shops to make that one? So there's 5 separate entities there that we can, lease, sell, whatever. I don't believe that the public toilet should be inside the library, because if we're going to create a space where we want people to come, and there may be a cafe and some other things in those shops, we want to create a space where they don't have to walk probably 400 metres down the street to a public toilet. I think, you only need one or two toilets for each with the disabled. And I think, we may have to have a look at giving up one of those shops as the new public toilet to create that atmosphere in the complex that people want to come to. We want shops to be able to come there and take up business, cafes and maybe an artist thing and stuff like that, and having a public toilet there where it's open all the time instead of only when the library's open, I think will be a great benefit to the community. And I don't think it's an impasse to ask people to walk out a door on an undercover area to a properly made public toilet. So I don't think the toilets that are there are suitable. We were in there yesterday. They're not suitable. There's a disabled toilet there, but how do you get in when you can't hold the door open? So we do have to have a look at it, and I think that's in a long-term plan we have to have a look at. And the GM AENS is looking at that. And I think an outdoor toilet that also services the other shops that we may be able to sell or lease is probably the better option than a couple of toilets inside the library that are locked away permanently that no one else can use. So that's just my thoughts on the discussion. And I do note that the GM was coming back to us about what we're going to do with those shops and what are our thoughts on it and stuff like that. And I think creating a community atmosphere there with a cafe outside the library. We've already got 4 or 5 cafes along there, so another one won't hurt. But if more people are going to access this library now, if more locals are going to come down to go to this library because there's internet access and meeting rooms and more space and kids, I think a cafe just outside and that proposed outdoor area will be good. And I think a revamped public toilets would be probably the way to go. That's just my discussion.
Thank you. Any additional points of discussion, councillors? Not, I seek a seconder. Councillor West.
Second.
Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
Just to reiterate what I just said, it is a concept. It's not this is where that's going to sit on the floor. It has to go out now to an architect to give us designs and all that sort of stuff. It's only indicative where it goes, and hopefully there'll be some changes to the main desk, I think, and we'll see a better plan to come back to us, and we'll discuss later on about the public toilets and what we're going to do with the other space and the outdoor area. So I'll look forward to seeing what the council officers bring back to us in regards to the next design.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, if you were building a brand new library, you know, you'd be looking at the Building Code of Australia and assessing, you know, what the demand will be. And I'm sure it has a lot to say about what public amenities are required in a new refurbished building. And I don't think it's unreasonable that the public would expect that when they spend a couple of hours in the library, or the people meeting in the library, you know, want to use the toilet, that especially, you know, we're going to be meeting at night time in a lot of these areas, that you know, they would have access internally to a toilet. And whilst I think it's great to utilise one of those shops to get a public toilet in there, the opportunity cost is pretty high. Opportunity cost being the lost rent. In that particular situation, I think it's a lost opportunity not to be able to provide two simple toilets. We've already got one staff one there. Let the staff use the disabled one for the 4 people who are there occasionally, and give public access. Let the architects sort out the design of it. That's what they're for. We can talk all we want about, you know, what you can and can't do, but we haven't even given the architect a try at seeing whether he can accommodate this. So I think it's an expectation that the public would have, that they have a library, and the library would be the same as any new library. There would be toilet facilities in that library, just as there are in every library that I've ever been involved in and built. So I don't think it'll go down well in the public that you know, the staff are being provided a toilet, but the public aren't being given the opportunity to have an internal toilet. It's substandard, and I also have problems with the fact that this hasn't been out to public consultation. We asked for their views. We went to great trouble, and it was done, in October last year. We're only getting to see the design at the last moment before the, you know, funding runs out. It happens too often, way too often, where we're pushed into a corner and we say we've run out of time. You know, we have to skip a few steps here, and we'll just push it through. It's not good enough as far as I'm concerned. I think it's doable, and it's probably a lot cheaper to delay this a month or so. Give it to the architects, give them a couple of weeks to do it. Doesn't take very long. Got one architect in my family already. You know, I've dealt with plenty of architects in my time, and working on floor plans is not a difficult task for an architect, I can tell you. And so I think for the sake of an extra month or so, we should be, you know, putting this out, asking the architects to come up with a possibility, look at the implications, and then do it.
You've gone over your time. I've let you go over your time. Just
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
A little respect to the chamber, please. Being granted latitude. Sorry, Councillor Enright was waiting to speak in support.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak in support of this because I think we're losing sight of the fantastic improvement in community facilities in this project, and we need to be focusing the intention of this report is entirely around that $2.141567. We really need to enable this project to progress to ensure that we don't put at risk the grant funding that it's available. I take on board the comments that we've had. There's been a lot of discussion about public toilets, and I don't suggest that that's not important. But I do believe that we're losing sight of the investment that we're putting into the Tambourine Mountain community of close to $4 million. in the purchase of this, what was a disused supermarket and has been lying idle for 4 or 5 years. I agree with Councillor McConnell that the activation of this space will create a point of gathering, an area of gathering for the Tambourine Mountain community and others, visitors, and I'm sure it will activate those certain other shops in the area in that strip. I'm sure it will become a very popular spot. So, but I think we need to refocus on what this is about. This is about progressing this grant-funded project. So we are not at risk of this not being delivered in the timeframes that we currently have available, and the extension of time subject to that being approved. Notwithstanding that there might be some improvements in layouts into the future that could be considered, but I think we really need to focus on what it is that we are addressing here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Justin. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, I will, Mayor. I've tossed up whether, and I take into account Councillor Enright's point there, and it's we are jammed up against this as far as time is concerned. I concede that. Yeah, I don't think it is the best that we can do here. I think there is, with not a big amount of change and people, better architects than what I am, to actually allow some more room there. And I think if it possibly could, for a couple of weeks to get people, architects, to look at it and improve it. Once it's there, it's not going to change. To change it then would cost us a lot of money down the track. So now's the time to get it right as what we can. And I think somewhere accommodating an extra toilet or two there is not a big thing at this point of time. And I don't think it'd add a significant cost to it either. I think now is the time for us to make sure we've got it right.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak for? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I appreciate the issues that we have spoken about. At this stage, though, this is the money that we have, and it would be lovely to have much more as part of the grant, but we don't. So certainly this is really making a huge difference for the community at Tambourine Mountain. There are some toilet facilities there. They may not be the ultimate, but I do believe and support what Councillor McConnell mentioned, that council do own the rest of those shops, so there are still future opportunities there, so that we need to look into the future of getting some funding to renovate the existing toilets, and certainly making this into an area where people will want to go and have coffee and have art exhibitions and things like that. So I'm in support of this.
Wishing to speak against? Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with Duncan, actually. I think that it can be accommodated without too much hassle. It'd be a shame to spend $3.7 million and not get the ultimate article, and I think it can be done. So for that reason, I think I'll just vote against it today, and hopefully we can get some bit more work done on it.
Thank you. I'll speak in support of the motion. I think I noted some comments along the way. It's worth remembering the notion of having toilets inside there to service after hours is flawed, because very clearly it was articulated that the after hours access wouldn't have access into the library. So having a facility, an extended facility inside the library, wouldn't provide that additional benefit. There are toilets provided in there to support it. I do support the notion of having some upgrades to facilities in that precinct to look to the future, and having those available more broadly, more eclectically, if you like, to be available for the activation of the rest of the space does resonate with more space. It certainly also fits with the rationale about being able to have a chance to capitalise on this wonderful grant opportunity. The reality is that every project that we've looked at and undertaken, we've had to make compromises on what our goal plate would be. Everywhere in the region, we're constrained by budget as we go, and we're trying to create an optimised space here with the opportunity for future growth which certainly is still on the cards with future possibilities. Councillor McConnell, do you wish to close?
Yeah, well, if I could, Mayor. It is a hard decision because we would love to have everything in the library. If it was if we were building it ourselves and it was a flat piece of dirt, we may be able to. But it's a precinct, and I think it's important. You know, there is a toilet inside, so if someone's desperate to go to the toilet, there is a toilet inside that they can rush to if they're an older person or a young kid. So there is a toilet inside, and it's not as if there's going to be a huge lineup. I would have loved to have had that storage area downstairs to use, but we don't have it at this stage. I think we need to have a look outside of just the library, and I think the precinct is the most important thing. I think revitalising that area with shops going in where people want to come, locals want to come to access the library, the post office and whatever else goes in there, coffee shop for locals and stuff, I think is important. So I will be supporting this one and encourage everyone to support it as well.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried.
Better do a division on that one,
Division
please.
called. Divisions 2, 3, 4 and Mayor in favour, and those against Division 1, 5 and 6. So, councillors, I'll pause for a moment. I need a housekeeping clarification here. Councillors, given the time of day, we do have some other matters still to continue with, but we will adjourn now for a break until 1 o'clock, and we'll return at 1 o'clock to proceed with item 10.4, and we still have 4 other items to go with after that. So thank you. We'll adjourn and be back at 1 o'clock. Councillors, welcome back, and welcome back, councillors and officers. Welcome back to the digital gallery. For those not with us, because we've taken significant time, we are going to move forward to item 10.5. Because one of the officers involved is only able to stay with us for a short period of time. So we move to page 88 of the agenda, councillors. And GM, would you commence the introduction of this item?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors in Digital Gallery. 10.5 is MCU 20/077. It's a development permit for material change of use for nature-based tourism, 10 tourist cabins with 6 buildings. Lot at Exhale 36 Young Street at Tambourine Mountain. I have with us today the manager of Regional Development, Health and Biodiversity, and Mark Lohman, and Wayne Jarrett is also assisting as Principal Specialist Development Assessment and Engineering. So I hand over to Wayne.
Thanks, Deborah. We've received an application for a development permit, material change use for tourism activities, nature-based tourism, for 10 tourist accommodation sites at 36 Young Street. The applicant has submitted a comprehensive lodgement package in support of the application, including reports assessing impacts to ecology, bushfire management, on-site wastewater treatment and disposal, traffic, parking and stormwater management. The property has existing approval for bed and breakfast and a food establishment reception, and the bed and breakfast approval comprised of 3 lettable spaces, bedrooms, a reception function area and kitchen food establishment area. The proposal seeks a development permit for a material change of use to maintain the existing bed and breakfast uses on site and simultaneously operate and establish 10 tourist accommodation sites. So the applicant is fundamentally seeking to establish 10 tourist cabins within 6 building structures, which is described as being a potentially consistent use in the rural zone, rural escarpment precinct. It is proposed that the tourism activities relate to the existing citrus trees or remnant orchard and rural activities associated with the site and appreciation of the scenic outlook and local environment. The proposed tourist sites are proposed to be congregated within the developable area of the site, comprising of approximately 1.5 hectares to 2 hectares in area of the 4.36 hectares of property available. The proposed accommodation facilities are situated in areas cleared of vegetation to ensure that any further significant vegetation loss is minimised. The application was publicly notified for 15 business days in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. 202 properly made submissions and 14 not properly made submissions were received during that time. Let's go through the main causes of concern that were expressed in those submissions. Conflict with the planning scheme. There was significant concern of overdevelopment of the site with existing B&B activities not being consistent with low intensity small scale provisions and intent under the planning scheme and applicable zoning of the site and surrounding zonings. Traffic concerns were raised that the proposal would provision for a significant increase in traffic activity to and from the site at varying times of the day and night, not suitable for existing road infrastructure surrounding residents, amenity and local environment. Condition has been imposed to upgrade Young Street in recognition of the likely impacts of the road during the wet season, being the peak time of the year for use of the proposed development. The main area for concern in relation to traffic impacts is the southern access from Wilson Road to Young Street, noting limited sighting of oncoming traffic, which is southbound from Prospect Street. However, as this intersection is a state-controlled intersection, there are limits to conditioning changes or upgrades to mitigate these risks. Now, third-party advice from the Department of Transport Main Roads was obtained in relation to possible upgrade of the intersection from Wilson Road. The response we got was that no upgrade was required and that a safety assessment was not warranted. In terms of amenity, concerns were raised around the proposed intensity and closeness to neighbouring residents, resulting in substantial impacts to the local amenity, including noise, pollution, visual impacts, air pollution and compromised security. The applicant has suggested that the fencing recently constructed, landscaping and building orientation, including positioning downslope, will assist to mitigate or alleviate such impacts. It is clear that the positioning and design of the cabins are focused to face the eastern escarpment, and that will project the majority of noise and visual impacts away from the western boundary properties. Improvements in the driveway access in regard to ceiling and further landscaping will further reduce noise impacts to neighbouring properties to the west. Infrastructure, in terms of submissions, concerns were raised regarding existing semi-rural local infrastructure not envisaging such an intensity of uses and not having the capacity to appropriately service the local area should the application be approved. Particular concerns related to sewage treatment, water supply and quality and vehicle movement associated with the proposal, resulting in substantially degraded existing infrastructure in the local area. The proposal will be required to ensure that the property is appropriately serviced in accordance with council standards, and any unnecessary upgrades to existing infrastructure will be undertaken at the cost of the applicant and will be required prior to the commencement of the use. A review of the likelihood of the development would generate significant traffic movements to warrant the upgrade of Young Street has been undertaken. Whilst the current road hierarchy is classified as a Type D local access, the pavement will need to be widened and upgraded to a 5B standard. In relation to environment and ecology, concerns were raised regarding the required earthworks and clearing associated with the proposal, significantly impacting the escarpment topography and increasing landslide and bushfire risks to surrounding properties. Proposal seeks to establish the cabins within already cleared areas of the site to limit any impact onto the escarpment and surrounding environment. And the proposed development has demonstrated compliance with a number of the relevant codes of the planning scheme and proposes a development outcome that is generally consistent with the intent of the relevant zoning and strategic framework applying to the site. The application material submitted throughout the process was appropriately responded to appropriately responded to information requests and residual issues that were initially identified by council, in addition to matters raised in public submissions. The proposal therefore reflects a development outcome generally consistent with the intent for the site and local context under the planning scheme. As such, it will be recommended that council approve the proposed development for 10 tourist accommodation sites, subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. Some of these conditions we just note as being related to or capturing noise emission limits, light emission restrictions, landscaping in general, fauna management, fauna-friendly fencing, car parking numbers and pavement areas, and the upgrading of Young Street. Development must provide upgrading required to Young Street between the property 36 Young Street and state-controlled reserve of Wilson Road to rural access Class 5B with a minimum pavement width of 7 metres, minimum carriage width of 6 metres, minimum shoulder width of 0.5 metres either side of the carriageway. The rest of the condition 33 is there in the report for you. We're available for any questions if you want.
Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. The submissions, 202 submissions, about 200 against the proposal?
That's correct.
How much weight does that have in regards to seeking approval or not approval?
Well, it's not the number, it's the it's what the submission is about. So whether the submission has sufficient planning grounds or can establish impacts that are not discussed or assessed in the application material from the applicant.
Okay, I've read a couple of the submissions that came through, and a couple of them are pretty good submissions from what I've seen. Can you just explain this, what a setback is and what it relates to with this property?
Setback is generally a distance that a building is required to be from a boundary of a property.
Only buildings or infrastructure? Does a road need to be beyond the setback, or can it be within the setback?
No, it doesn't refer to roads.
Okay, so it's only buildings.
That's right.
Okay. You spoke about the tourism activity being the citrus trees. Can you expand on why the citrus trees are the tourism activity?
Well, this is what the applicant has put forward as being a part of their nature-based activities. There's an existing tourist citrus orchard there on site.
And what's that going to do in relation to tourism activity? Do we know?
That's part of an overall, it wasn't limited purely to that. It's also about the views, the environment of the site. They're looking to do walking tracks through the site. Once you drop over the escarpment, it's rather rainforested down there. So that's what they're looking at from the nature. The citrus trees are essentially an add-on to that from the existing orchard that they're going to retain.
Okay. It talks about a geotechnical report which hasn't been supplied that will be supplied in the future.
Well, we've conditioned one. The applicant did address the code in terms of stormwater management and on-site wastewater treatment and several other aspects, but for us we need a geotechnical report to establish structural elements in relation to building the cabins.
So how do we assess that as councillors and approve it if we haven't got that information?
Normally a structure report, be like a soils report, be done by a building certifier. Oftentimes we will get our engineers to review the geotechnical reports and see that they're sound in terms of methodology and what they establish as risk. It's generally not something that would come before you.
Okay. Do any of the buildings fall within the setback?
What setback is that?
The 20 metre. Is there a 20 metre setback for the property?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, sorry.
So is there a setback from the edge of the property that they can't put a building?
In the rural zone, setbacks, might have to check this, but side boundaries are 6 metres, 6 to 10 metres.
So, and those setbacks can be relaxed on application to council. So where, if they're inside that in this application, that setback can be relaxed as part of the approval.
Do the residents bounding that area, do they get a say or any input if that setback is approved or not?
There's no process for that, no. It's done on the assessment against the planning scheme.
Okay, I'll have a few more in a minute. I'll just look it up.
Questions? For clarification, Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, just a question. Isn't it not the case that the setback in the planning report talks about 20 metres, you know, to the neighbours that adjoin the property, and we're proposing to relax that down to 16 or less in some circumstances?
Page 127 is the diagram.
I think that setback would be established by the report itself. In the planning scheme, the setbacks aren't 20 metres as far as I'm aware.
Well, it's in the report anyway. The submitters have referred to it quite a lot, and they're a bit upset about that, I've got to say. It doesn't seem to be any reason to relax that setback other than to keep, you know, the buildings out or partially out of the landslip area.
Can I just refer to page 111? Sorry?
Yeah. So this refers to the Rural Escarpment Protection Precinct, which has an additional setback for side and rear boundaries where involving tourism activities of 20 metres, that's correct. As I said before, these are matters that we consider as part of the application, and the 20 metres is set as a initial setback that covers all applications, and then if people want to go inside of that setback amount, it's done through a planning approval, which is assessed as part of this.
Why is that setback put in place? Why do we have a 20 metre setback rear and side and rear boundary where involving tourism activities?
Catered for amenity impacts.
Okay, so to come inside that would impact the amenity of the neighbour.
That depends entirely on the activity being proposed.
Doesn't matter. It just says here we're involving tourism activities.
Okay, so when you're reading the planning scheme, there's two tables. So the first is the acceptable solution, which is 20 metres. So if you are more than 20 metres, you tick the box, no further information required. If you don't tick the 20 metres, you go to the specific outcomes, which is the column next door, which talks about the outcomes that you're trying to achieve. And if you can achieve those outcomes through some other measures, then that can be acceptable as well.
So how are you achieving the loss of amenity to the neighbours?
Well, in this case, the applicant, there's a solid 1.8 metre fence, there's substantial landscaping, and you said they're just inside the 20 metres. So and with all activities facing to the east, primarily. So that's considered sufficient to meet those outcomes.
But it still impinges on the amenities of the neighbour. So the 1.8 metre colour-bond fence that isn't a adjoining boundary, it's actually been placed inside this property. How does that negate the amenity of the neighbours who own 2-storey properties and look straight over the top?
Sorry, how does what negate the amenity?
Well, you've said that the fence allows you to move into that setback to 16 metres because of the fence.
I didn't mention the fence.
No, Mark did.
Yeah.
So in relation to the assessment, it's not saying there'll be zero impact, it's what is considered reasonable. So you know, any activity on any property, whether someone's building a house or the like, will have an impact on amenity. It's judging what is considered reasonable and acceptable. In this case, the officers preparing the report considered that reasonable. You know, if council has a different view, you know, you're quite entitled to have a different view. Yeah.
So all of the houses that have a, sorry, all of the properties adjoining this area are all set back from Batiki Road. So they're all set at the rear of the property, closer to this property. When a lot of these people who have been there since 1981 bought that place, they knew that they wouldn't be able to build new houses along that area. So they've got a view out the back. So I'm struggling to understand how we say that there's no loss of amenity to the neighbours when in fact there is. And you're saying that it's reasonable though. Reasonable to who?
I think in addition to the landscaping, existing significant vegetation, the land slopes down to the east. And if you look at the report, it has some sectional views identifying the height of the fence in relation to the height of the cabins.
Yeah, no.
The height of the houses, so their view of the valley should not be impeded to any great detriment. And in relation to that point, I guess we find it difficult to establish grounds for refusing something or imposing unreasonable conditions where someone is likely to lose their view. I know a lot of Sunshine Coast residents built over time, and a lot of people have lost their views there, which were quite significant. So we take that into account. We think that the low-rise level of the development, the fact that it does slope down, and that there is some viewscape above the roofs of those proposed cabins, that would alleviate it.
Okay.
Just keep going with questions if you can, Councillor, rather than debate. Thank you.
How many properties adjoining this block of land do you think will be impacted by this proposal in a detrimental way?
I couldn't say whether people in the property, or are you talking about the property or the people in the property?
I'm talking about the adjoining owners. Who else would I be talking about? Will they be impacted, and how many will be impacted if this proposal goes ahead?
I come back to what I mentioned before, it's the level of impact. Every development will have a level of impact as what is acceptable and considered reasonable. And that's where this report seeks to identify that the development as proposed is reasonable. It's what, I suppose everyone has a different level of what they consider is acceptable. But as I say, every development will have some level of impact. Is it reasonable? Is it relevant?
Further question?
Yeah, further questions. Yeah, I've read, 3 submissions, 4 submissions so far, which are some of the best submissions I've ever seen. And they actually detail out the severe, absolutely severe impacts that this proposal will have under any circumstances of use for their properties. And it doesn't seem to have registered with the assessment officers, you know, that that is a real impact and it's going to affect them in many, many ways overall. And I would refer to the submission, the 32-page submission, for instance, from the Yvette and John Turner, that 45 to 47 Batiki Road. And they say that...
Sorry, Councillor, can we just seek clarity?
Yep.
Was that part of the properly made submissions on Council's website, or is that something else that's...
No, this is a properly made submission.
Okay, I'm just seeking clarity because I know there's been a lot of other correspondence coming in late, masquerading as submissions.
They say, and I've been out to their property and stood on their balcony and looked straight over the fence at exactly where the 6 buildings are going to be built, and they're not set back down lower, as you say. There's a boundary relaxation so they don't slip over the edge of the cliff, and it says, you know, the submission says that there'll be visual, noise, air pollution, loss of amenity, the aesthetic. There will be detrimental effects because of the impact of this. They talk about smell that's going to come from the thousands of litres of water that are going to be generated from this every day, the sound of air conditioners. They can see people walking up and down the road every day. Have these been taken into account in doing these submissions, in doing your assessment?
Yes, they have.
So my next question, well, is do you believe that they will not be able to see these 6 cabins from their house, so that there will be no loss of visual amenity from this development?
The report in no way indicates that they will not be able to be seen. It indicates the level of which they will be able to be seen and the fact that the cabins are built down the hill to minimise the impact on the neighbouring areas.
The submission, and at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a procedural motion so that I can speak to this report. I'd like to have a procedural motion that this submission be tabled for the meeting, and given that to Sharon, and if it wants to be circulated to everybody to have a look at it before we vote on that motion.
So was this, Councillor, again, was this one of the properly made submissions that's already been considered by the planners?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor.
Well, then it forms part of the available records of council already. So I'm not...
It just needs that as we go through this submission, it's going to be a lot easier if it's tabled so that we can all follow along as we go.
Well, have you brought copies for everyone if you wanted to do
copies have been arranged to be.
Because of the inadequacies of this old facility, we can't have people sitting in front of a sharp light so you can project it onto the wall, Councillor. So
arrangements have been made to have them printed off, Mr. Mayor.
So they're here. Oh no, they're not yet. So,
just another question while we're waiting for that to occur. I want to deal with the issue of the reports that have been submitted in support of this application. The other reports, you know, the reports that have been submitted in support of this application, you know, are listed as there's been impacts to ecology, impacts to bushfire management. There's been impacts to on-site wastewater treatment and disposal. There's been reports in relation to traffic, parking and stormwater management. How do we classify these reports, for instance? And how have the assessment managers relied on these reports?
In terms of classifying, do you mean what they relate to? So the roads or the traffic and parking would relate to the...
How much weight do you put on these reports that you've asked for or that have been submitted?
It's dependent on the circumstance on site. If it's a known landslip area, we'll put a lot of weight on the geotechnical aspects. If it's a busy thoroughfare, we'll put a lot of weight on the traffic analysis. So it really depends on the site itself. If there's sodic soils or reactive soils, we'll put a lot of weight on the wastewater treatment, especially if it's close to flooded land. So they're sort of dictated by constraints we can see and or envisage that are likely to cause some impediment to the development proposed.
Sorry, Councillor, if you're meaning how much weight do we rely on in the assessment side of things, all reports are reviewed by staff within council to ensure they are adequate and address the issues that we need to see addressed, and that they are reasonable in their structure and what information they provide and what recommendations they come up with. So they are reviewed, yes.
So they are reviewed by assessment managers or experts?
Who are experts, by the way. They are reviewed by the relevant, depending on the report, by the relevant subject matter experts within council.
Okay, so in the event that council makes a decision in relation to this application, how much weight do we give if the information turns out to be false or wrong or inadequate? Who's responsible?
In the first instance, the applicant and the engineer or the author of the report.
Okay, I don't know if you're aware, but it would appear that no specialist reports have been lodged in support of this application. We have a whole lot of reports which are advocating for the development, but there doesn't appear to be any reports that can be relied upon, because none of the reports that have been put in support of this application would be deemed to be specialist reports. So we're being asked to consider something based on an advocate, who's in support of a application. And why I say that is, it's a very prominent lawyer who is affected by this proposal. And, he has looked at this and he has said, and I'll quote, "The applicant has submitted a comprehensive lodgement package in support of the application, including specialist reports assessing impacts to ecology, bushfire management, on-site wastewater treatment, disposal, traffic, parking and stormwater management. The report author invites council to rely on these reports, but fails to inform council that the planning reports, basic ecological assessment reports, the bushfire management plan, erosion hazard assessment report, parking report, servicing report, traffic report, etc., from everyday engineers, planners and supervisors, all contain the following disclaimers. We have prepared this report for the sole purpose of the directors, Mr. Yang Jiang Liu and Mrs. Quinn Yan Liu of Eastern Asian Investment Proprietary Limited, who are the client, for the specific purpose of only for which is supplied. The report is strictly limited to the purpose and the facts and matters stated in it and does not apply directly or indirectly and will not be used for any other application, purpose, use or matter. In preparing this report, we have made certain assumptions. We have assumed that all information and documents provided to us by the client or as a result of a specific request or inquiry were complete, accurate, and up to date. When we have obtained information from a government register or database, we have assumed that the information is accurate. Where an assumption has been made, we have not made any independent investigations with respect to the matters, the subject of the assumption. We are not aware of any reason why any of these assumptions are incorrect. So the report presented without this assumption of a duty of care to any other person other than the client, cannot be relied upon by a third party, and that's what it says. Everyday engineers, planners and surveyors will not be liable to a third party for any loss, damage, liability arising out of the incidental or incidental to a third party publishing, using or relying on the facts, content, opinions or subject matter contained in this report. If a third party uses or relies on the facts, content, opinions or subject matter contained in this report, with or without the consent of everyday engineers, planners and surveyors, everyday engineers, planners and surveyors, they will disclaim all risk, and the third party assumes all risk and releases and indemnifies and agrees to keep indemnified everyday engineers, planners and surveyors from any loss, damage, claim, liability arising directly or indirectly from the use or reliance of this report. In this note, a reference to loss, damage includes past and prospective economic loss, loss of profits, damage to property, injury to any person, costs, expenses incurred in taking measures to prevent, mitigate or rectify any harm. Presumably, the report says the council is not the client and therefore must be a third party. Despite the various reports being lodged in support of the application, the effect of the disclaimers is intended to prevent council relying on them. Doesn't this mean that council therefore needs to have its own reports from appropriately qualified professionals employed by council or external consultants engaged by council to advise you on these particular matters? So what he is saying is the applicant's agent, everyday engineers, planners, surveyors, cannot be an advocate and an expert in the same application. As an applicant agent makes submissions as if it is the applicant. It stands in the shoes of the applicant. It cannot be considered neutral, impartial. It is wrong to call any report submission from the applicant's agent's expert reports. And that is a disclaimer on every one of their reports. So essentially what it's saying is that we are not getting expert advice from these things. We are getting advocacy reports from an advocate. And we can't rely on them. These aren't registered professional engineers who have indemnity insurance who can rely, who are prepared to back what they say. These people are not backing what they say, and yet they're asking our assessment managers and council to tick it off and say, everything that you say, comes from an expert, when it's exactly not the case. So I think we have a real problem in considering this application today. And I think that of itself, because there's no one prepared to certify this information that's been provided to us, is grounds for refusal of this particular application.
So, Councillor, thank you for that. There was no question in there. You'd made no question. You've just made a long
Is this
set
the
of
case?
statements.
Is this the case?
Councillor,
Question mark.
Gave you great latitude.
Thanks, Councillor. I don't think it is the case. The applicant has lodged the reports in support of the application. So if we are, as council declared, as a third party, then they've clearly given us consent to use those reports by lodging them. So I'm fairly certain he is a registered engineer, by the way.
Can't hear you, sorry. You have to speak up louder. As the applicant has lodged
the reports in support of the application. If, as you say, we are a third party, then he's clearly given consent for us to use those reports by lodging them in support of it.
That's not the issue at all. It's a completely different issue. I reject the reports because they're not expert reports. That's the issue. So the question is,
thank you.
The question is, are these expert reports that can be relied upon, or are they advocate reports which can't be relied upon because they're not backed by professional registered engineers? And the company has clearly reversed the onus of liability off council, and the only person who has reliability is the applicant, who could sell this property tomorrow and move on. And where does that leave council in relation to, 6 of these cabins sliding off the cliff, because of a landslip, because we potentially relied on a wastewater report or a landslip report or whatever? So where do we stand in relation to any of these reports that they take no responsibility for?
I think you'll find that every consultant drafting a report and issuing it in relation to a project has a disclaimer clause. They don't want anyone to use their report in relation to another purpose or for another purpose. I don't think that's the issue here. They've provided the reports to address the codes that we're assessing, and clearly they want us to use those reports in assessing those impacts. I don't believe that the reports are, as you say.
I may just.
Do you have a further question?
Yeah, the question is, so you reject the advice from a prominent lawyer who's looked at these documents and is made that revelation to us.
Point of order there. If I could just ask, did we seek that advice? We didn't seek that advice.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but there is no provision in the standing orders for officers to do a point of order.
Councillor, thank you. I don't think that was...
I apologise, Councillor, for using the wrong term.
Councillor, you've asked a question. The officers have provided a response. It's not to... You've had a response to your question. It's not for you to now debate that response. Please move on to your next question.
Sorry, if I just clarify one thing that was left unsaid there, we just double checked. So the author of the reports is a registered professional engineer of Queensland. They have certain obligations under that registration, which they must abide by, and certain insurances. The other thing is to know that that standard clause is reasonably standard across all reports. It's provided to his client, the applicant, the owner of the land, in support of the application. So it's used and assessed for that purpose. Quite often when they talk about third parties, they don't want someone else using that information for another purpose that they're not involved in.
Thank you for your time. I understand you have another urgent appointment. We've got a tag team in. Councillor McConnell, do you have a question?
Is there a landslip hazard and steep slope overlay on that property?
It covers some of the property, yes.
Do any of the buildings encroach over into that?
I gather that they do, yes.
Tourist activity, does that prevent them? Prevent that?
No, the overlay is about, overlays are not about restricting or inhibiting or prohibiting development. Overlays are about identifying areas of risk and addressing that risk. In this case, the risk was addressed through several reports, and the approval recommendations, the conditions there require a geotech report for any structures that would go. So where they're specifically located as part of the building process, they're required to do a geotech report anyway. It varies, depends on the need of the application.
Further question, Councillor McConnell? Councillor McInnes?
Yes, to the manager, and just following up on that, surely it'd be better for us, collective us, to assess it better if we have that before a decision's made. And following on from that question, can you kick it into touch, so to speak, if it comes back not in a good light?
So the geotech report is a technical report. It addresses the stability of the ground and how the structures would need to be constructed to go onto that site. In nearly all cases, there is a technical engineering solution to it. So in most cases, the structures can go ahead and meet the terms of those geotech reports. Sometimes the cost of doing that is higher because they need to do more work to make it stable. But it's not common that the structure itself couldn't go ahead.
I'm trying to remember what parts of the mountain that I've seen where they actually couldn't build those, or people have built and it's been a disaster, so to speak. And probably they didn't do it properly, I would concede, but there are areas there where I thought we weren't allowed to build on. Don't ask me the area.
So
the
just
area
pause,
Justin Avenue.
Councillor Swanborough, please wait till you're acknowledged before you take over speaking.
Yeah.
Councillor McGuinness, we'll put on hold for a moment before you respond. We now should all have the copy of the document that Councillor Swanborough has asked to be tabled. So you can now witness that. He's put a procedural motion to table that. Are there any questions to that procedural motion? And whether you need to speak any further to your motion if you want to, Councillor. You've spoken a fair bit to it.
No, Mr. Mayor, it's this submission goes through and very well documents the impact that this proposal will have on just one of the properties. I noticed that in the planning report there's indication that only one property is affected or whatever, but in fact I think 11 properties are severely affected by this development, and I think I've sent around photographs to all the councillors just showing how close it is to their actually houses and backyards. So I table this report because it is a very good representation of all the concerns, and I don't believe they've all been addressed adequately enough in the planning reports. And most of these things that are in this particular report deal to the other 10 people who adjoin this property, and so that's why I'm tabling it.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone wishing to speak additionally? A motion to sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Sorry, I thought we were still in questions and.
Oh well, it's a procedural motion. Do you have further questions to it?
No, sorry. Yeah, good.
Sorry, we're just procedural motion to table what you've been talking about. Yeah. We couldn't do that until we actually saw it. That's all I'm doing, Councillor McConnell. Is that clear?
Clear, me.
Those in favour of the motion? That's fine. Carry on. Unanimous. So, did you have a response further, Councillor McGuinness? Did you have more question, or did you were seeking a response?
I think the question is regard to areas that were unable to be built on. There would be those areas on Tamarine Mountain, Beachmont, Canungra, where active landslip is, makes building impossible. This is not one of those areas.
Is that any further question, Councillor McGuinness? Sorry, before I come back to you, Councillor Swanborough, Councillor Enright, you had a question?
Thank you, Mayor. A question to the Manager of Planning, or his new title, apologise.
Don't worry about it.
There seems to have been a fair bit of focus on what is an appropriate setback, distance, and I take your previous comment in that that's the starting point, and then dealing with through the process of the planning application. My understanding and reading of the report is that there is one of the 6 buildings that doesn't conform to the 20-metre setback. I couldn't find an exact figure as to what it is or how close it comes within that 20 metres. I've heard a few figures of around 4 metres. So potentially it's 16 metres from the boundary. Following on from the previous discussion about geotechnical challenges, is there a reason that that one cabin was placed inside that 20-metre setback? Was that a geotechnical reason, or was that a maybe a cost-related decision?
I think the answer is yes to both, because it's trying to find that balance between trying to keep it as far away from the neighbours as possible and not going too far down the slope so that your geotech becomes too difficult and too costly. So it still maintains that there's the driveway between the cabin and the neighbours, and also a landscaped area as well.
And perhaps following on from that, if it was decided that a 20-metre setback should be remain in place for all buildings, it would not be inconceivable that a building could be built with by moving it 4 metres further.
Look, I'd have to take advice on that. Looking at the plans, they are very close to the escarpment there. I'm thinking it would have to move north as well, which would put it close to the other cabins and almost in behind the other cabin.
Is it possible to determine which of those cabins that doesn't comply? I wasn't able to determine that.
I'm looking at cabin, I think it's type 3A. On
page, in our report, is that page 127 of 164? You wouldn't know. You
112. 112 is a site plan. Sorry.
Not in our 113. No, 113 is not a site plan. I think it is 127. 127 of 164 is the site plan.
So the item in purple could be that setback distance, which I didn't pick up, 16.1.
Yeah, so type 3A.
Type 3A.
So just looking at the contours there, pushing it towards the escarpment 4 metres could be problematic. It would have to move a bit north, which is to the right, to be able to do that. So I wouldn't be in a position to say how possible that is to do.
Can I just ask a quick question, Councillor?
Councillor McConnell.
The green line, sorry, yeah, the green line is the 20 metres. And the red line is the 16 metres. That means 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 4 of the buildings are within the setback.
That's correct.
Okay, so not just the one. So just going back to that, the reason they've pushed them in there, if we go to the landslip hazard and steep slope overlay code for accessible development, which is tabled in some document, 8.27.32. It's one of our planning scheme overlays. It talks about allowable things within the hazard area, within a vulnerable area. And one of the things that can't go in a vulnerable area is nature-based tourism. So if that property is in a vulnerable area, how have we allowed that? Specifically excludes it. No, vulnerable area means any of the following uses. Go through childcare, community care, and number 12 is nature-based tourism. So that is our landslide hazard and steep slope overlay code for accessible development.
What page are you on, please?
No, it won't be on that. It's part of a council document.
It's outside of the report, I believe.
Yeah.
Which I don't have in front of me to be able to quote, sorry.
Yeah.
So, but again, is that an AO or a PO?
PO.
I'd have to take advice on that.
Okay.
I don't have the documents in front of me.
Could I just, to that question, what, again, it's a bit like Councillor McInnes's, at what point does it shift from a hazard overlay to a vulnerable, the definition of vulnerable?
Vulnerable is a definition within the scheme.
Mm.
Yes. And what create, I get, my question is what creates the tipping point to determine it as vulnerable as opposed to just a steep slope?
It's a vulnerable use. Not
yeah, vulnerable use, but the overlay in the hazard overlay the councillor is referring to has to do with the hazard overlay.
Sorry, what? I'm trying to do two things here at once to help you out. But
yeah.
So the question asked, I said I'd have to come back on.
Thank you.
So if I can do that.
So I've got one more. In the report, it actually talks about, sorry, that site being remote. How did we get that being remote when it's within 20 metres of 13 other properties?
Well, again, these terms mean different things to different people.
Yeah.
You look at that site, it is on a quiet road. It backs onto large properties. The eastern side is either national park or army reserve land. So it is, in a lot of aspects, remote.
If we gave a short adjournment, would that allow you to go and interrogate that other matter, or will it take longer than a short adjournment?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question on the same matter before he goes on adjournment to get information.
Well, first, can I just ask respectfully, Councillor, I note that you want to ask a question. Is it a matter that you could resolve with a brief deferral this afternoon, or we could actually agree to leave this on the table and move to another item and return to it? Or will it take longer time than that, I guess is the question.
Well, I know, Mr. Mayor, that the item that we moved was probably only a short item. So if you want to do that one while we did that homework.
So firstly, are there any other questions on that matter? Councillor
yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kirk's properly made submission, which is on DAP Online. Mr. Kirk has lived on that property, which is the property which is right at the entrance in the cul-de-sac going into this property. Mr. Kirk employed an independent town planner who used to work for council to review the submitted development application. He found that the developers had submitted the number 36, which is the house number, as having an A2 slope stability classification, when in fact, from the SRRC overlay mapping OM07B, it shows as a combined A2 and D3 stability classification, where D3 is the highest landslide hazard. I think that's greater than 25%. He said he's checked the planner, checked the overlay maps for D3 at number 36 on the eastern boundary of the submitter's property, and it would appear that the D3 high risk zone commences around 20 metres in general from some sections of the common eastern boundary of the neighbouring lots. He is concerned that many of the proposed cabins are located either partly overlying or contained completely within the D3 high landslide hazard zone, even with the requested setback relaxation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That's just I'm not sure. There wasn't a question there. You've noted that. We will, councillors, we'll just do a little bit of procedural dancing here. Councillors, I propose, I should have originally just firstly to vary the agenda, I should have sought just a procedural motion to swap the timing of those so that we could get access to the officer while he was still available, but also would now propose two procedural motions. Firstly, one that acknowledges that we have varied the timing of the sequence of agenda items to deal with 10.5 prior to 10.4. Firstly, and that we were doing that so that we had access to an officer who'd been involved with the development for the maximum time available. I'm proposing that as a procedural motion. I'll seek a seconder. Councillor Enright. I don't know there's any need to discuss it further. Those in favour? Thank you. And now the second is a procedural motion to allow item 10.5 to remain on the table for a period of time whilst we turn our attention to item 10.4, and should further time be required to interrogate the matter, that we would then proceed with other business items before returning to this item. You got all that? Okay.
Mayor, before the officers go,
you have an additional point of clarity on that item?
Given the number of emails that I've had and photos regarding this and the number of submissions, and you look at some photos and they can be quite misleading. I would like to have a visitation to this site actually before we make a decision on it. I haven't been there before, but given the number of photos, and I say they can be very misleading photos, but I just wonder whether we're better off lying it on the table for this point of time.
Councillor,
until the next meeting.
Councillor, we can conclude that after we've come back to the item. I think you may find there are implications if we do not proceed with the timing of this, because it's so we've now there's a motion on the table. I note your comments otherwise. There's a procedural motion on the table. Those in favour, unless there's anyone speaking else against, anyone else speaking for it, I'm happy to close the discussion. The purpose of leaving it on the table is to allow further information, which allows us to return and reconsider any other matters, if possible, within today's agenda. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 10.4, welcome back, GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors and Digital
Sorry,
Gallery.
for those following along, page 85 in the agenda of today's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.4 is the West Moreton Health Fee Waiver Request for the Boona Cultural Centre. Today we have with us Manager of Community Culture and we have the Acting Manager of Cultural Services, Sue-Ann Chapman. So I would ask that Sue-Ann, are you going to start, Deborah? Well, Deborah will start this item. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I think this is a very straightforward request from West Moreton Health. They're wishing to set up a COVID vaccination clinic from end of February to the end of May at Boona Cultural Centre, and they have asked that the fees be waived during this time for their booking.
Further questions? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deborah, for that introduction. I would just like the comment clarified on page 86. In considering this matter, officers have identified the avenue that, should the request be affirmed, the associated expenses can be costed to the disaster management COVID-19 area. That will require appropriate budget reconciliation at the March 22 quarterly budget review. I just
through you, Chair, I've assisted in providing the financial aspects of that. Obviously, to try, we've got a motion to try and identify costs of COVID, and rather than just being caught up as a general waiver, there is to identify that these are real, COVID's are contributing to real costs. If COVID didn't exist, this wouldn't be an impost to council in terms of consideration. So there is no budget in that particular area, but it's more to bring to light that what COVID is costing, and then that's generally then captured and reconciled as part of a budget review, depending on the amounts. It's hard to forecast what COVID is going to cost us. It's more of a retrospective sort of approach. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, you have a further question. Councillor, you have a further question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, GM, for that clarification. So just to confirm, there is not an expense item that we can that we have budgeted for. This is a tally of potential expenses related to COVID.
That's correct. What we try and do is we still try and treat the revenue going to the centre in terms of the revenue high, so the centre can be continued to be maintained. It requires income so that it's a going concern. However, the revenue, the waiver, is then costed to another area. So the revenue is recognised, but then should consideration be to waive it, then the expenses side is captured as part of the COVID expense.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell, did you have a question?
Yeah, if I could please, Mr Mayor. The page 86 at the top, it talks about associated costs associated with cleaning the facility between bookings. Do we know a rough cost on how that's going to be? And noting that the budget cost at the moment is 6,664. Is there a rough figure that you've got for the 4 cleans?
We don't at the moment. We're going to just have to do them as and when required, and I dare say it'll be under $1,000.
Are they required a full COVID clean or just a normal clean?
It will be a full clean. So
full COVID clean or a full clean? It
would be a full COVID clean. Yes, that is correct.
So $1,000 per clean or $1,000 all up?
I'd say $1,000 all up.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? We obviously aren't the only council. Councillors may be aware that there's been correspondence via LGAQ for a wide range of councils to provide such support. Other councils similar to us around the area, like Lockyer and so forth, how have they dealt with such requests? Do we know?
We actually haven't asked that question of those councils because every council has their own process for waiving of fees and how that is to be done.
I can provide advice on that from conversation with both the Mayor of Lockyer, Somerset, and with West Moreton Health, that they have provided that support. Through their councils, they've provided that support and that access free of charge as they're supporting the well-being of their community. General comment to add. Councillor McInnes.
No, the same thing, and my understanding, Lockyer and Somerset have both picked up the tab for Westmoreton Health.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just a quick question.
Councillor McConnell.
If we weren't to waive the fees, does that mean that they wouldn't come and do those bookings?
$1 million question. Not necessarily. They might source other buildings in which to run those services from, but they usually come to council first.
Okay.
If I might just add to that, I think the reasoning to do it is to put it in a central location where it's easily accessible for and visible for people. I think that's one of the reasons why they've chosen a building in the town centre, so that encourage people to come and get vaccinated.
Councillor West, you have a question?
Look, if we were to waive their fees, would it be unreasonable, do you think, to expect Westmoreton Health to pay for them to fund the cleaning, perhaps, as a thought?
They've actually asked for the waiving of all fees to be able to run these as a community exercise, so it's a bit of a package deal.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Oh, Councillor Enright.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Having experienced what has been done in Beaudesert, where they made use of a much smaller building that was vacant, my question will be, is there other locations in Boona, in High Street or somewhere, where potential assistance or whether they could facilitate the delivery of services? If I draw my comparisons to what was done in Beaudesert, it was a much smaller space and worked very efficiently. I see that the cultural centre in Boona is a significant space which would require significant cleaning. And perhaps part two to my question, somewhat related, is were there other bookings that were in place that had to be debooked? Is there such a word? Is it?
I'll answer the last one first, if you like. But prior to accepting a tentative booking, we have checked our other bookings, and at this point in time, they're not impeding any other bookings. They're not bumping anybody out of their bookings. So we've worked with them on dates on when the centre's available. As for a similar setup to Beaudesert, we're talking about a different health service, and they have pretty much looked at what they required over in Beaudesert and have done all their negotiations, I believe, with the private sector to get that space they're in. There probably is some private buildings within Boona that might cater for it, but whether Westmoreton have been that path, I think they came to council first because of the success they've had in Lockyer and other council areas over this side.
Sorry, was that the success they've had in transferring the cost to council and ratepayers instead of the state government?
The success in partnering with an organisation like us that also runs a local disaster management group and has some responsibilities to the local community.
And encouraging people to be vaccinated.
Yes. Can I just, in seriousness, that one of the success factors, my understanding from the regular hookups with health, is it reasonable that one of the key success factors is a location that's in easy proximity to the high foot traffic zones has been found to be a real enabler for these facilities, these pop-ups, to operate well?
Anecdotally, yes, it has been.
And Councillor, I think in the context of Boona High Street, I can't think. Sure. Let's see if we empty out a bottle shop somewhere. That was all right. So any other questions? This item, councillors, if not, we have a recommendation there to introduce, GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. For your consideration is a recommendation that Council accept the booking request from West Moreton Health for the Boona Cultural Centre to conduct COVID-19 vaccination clinics and agree to waive the venue hire and associated fees.
Okay, seek a mover, Councillor McGuinness. Any additional questions? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder, Councillor West. Wish to speak, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. I think it's a good position, and it's a good move by council to get involved and encourage people to be vaccinated. I think it'll help. My understanding is they might have had a small amount up at the Boona Hospital, and it was quite out of the way, as most people would know. They had very little foot traffic there, and I don't know how much they advertise with it, but hopefully there's a lot of people see it here, and there are a number of more people that actually get vaccinated here.
Thank you.
That council can be involved.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I agree with Councillor McInnes. This is about the health and safety of our community, and we know to date that if you make the situation easy for people to get vaccinated, they will certainly, there's much greater take up of that. And certainly I'm heartened by the fact that we have a budget review in March, and we can hopefully look at some way of recompense for the funds that we're having to expend.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak additionally? Councillor McConnell. You've missed the chance to speak against, Councillor. So
no, I'm actually going to speak for it. Although I've been labelled an anti-vax, I'm not an anti-vax. If people want to get vaccinated, I have no problem with that, and I intend after the 22nd, when Novavax is released, to go and get vaccinated with Novavax if it's still that way. What I do disagree with is the transfer of funding this from a state government, state and federal, who receive 97% of taxes, and the ratepayers take in 3%. The transfer of that from what is a large pool of money down to a small council with a small budget, although it's only probably going to be $8,000. That's probably three properties that have to pay, or three ratepayers that have to pay for this, when the state and federal governments, maybe one property has to pay all this, when the state and federal governments have a lot of money that they're throwing around, but they can't afford to pay this. So although I will support it, I'm not happy that the state government, I won't say guilt us into funding this, because it's not free. They've guilted us into doing it, so I will support it, and I hope those vulnerable people within the community, those who are 60, 70, 80 and above, do go and get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't looking at you there, Councillor McGuinness.
So just a bit of order, please. Yes, councillors, anyone wishing to speak additionally? We've said enough. Put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move forward to item 10.6 and GM Asset Environmental Sustainability. We have page 155 for those trying to follow along through the agendas. We ask you to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive and staff, and those listening in online. Item 10.6 deals with the renaming of creek crossings on Christmas Creek Road. More recently, in the last few months, it was brought to our attention that during an ordinary meeting in October of 1999, there was a request for renaming a number of crossings by council. It appears that at that stage, although the names were somewhat correct in the surnames, some of the order and maybe some of the Christian names weren't quite right with regard to how the crossings were then named. So I've got Scott Osmond, our Manager of Maintenance and Operations, to provide a bit more background to this report.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councillors, Executive and the listening audience. Yes, Chris has summarised this report fairly well. In 1999, there was an error in the naming from the original submission from the family in regards to naming these crossings. So we're attempting now to recognise that error and reinstate the crossings to the original submission naming from that was originally requested by the family. The crossings, as you can see, we've labelled them top, next and third. So obviously top being the furthest up the road, basically, on Christmas Creek. Yes, so basically we're reinstating the names basically to the original request. Normally council does not put signage up on creek crossings. It's not a level of service that council provides. But back in 1999, signage was installed on these crossings by the former Beaudesert. Was it Beaudesert or Boona? Sorry. Beaudesert. Yep. So there is still some existing signage in place in those locations. So we will be correcting that signage and putting new signage up where required for the change in names of certain crossings. Happy to take any questions.
Any further questions, councillors? No. Councillor Enright.
Will the Buchanan family be advised of the outcome?
Yes, they will. Yes, the member of the family who has raised the matter will be advised of the outcome, yes.
Might I just add there, with your discretion, the Buchanan family have waited a long time for this to occur, so they will be delighted, even though we haven't got to that yet.
Any additional, yes, Jim?
Yes, I just would like to add that as part of our naming policy, we did go out for public consultation and received no responses to that in either way, in favour or otherwise, but with regard to this request.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. No other questions, councillors? Introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council resolve to name the top crossing on Christmas Creek Road as John T. Buchanan Crossing, the next crossing be named John Buchanan Crossing, and the third crossing be named Roy J. Buchanan Crossing. And 2, existing signage be replaced to indicate the crossing's name change, and 3, Council's asset register be updated accordingly.
Seeker mover, Councillor West. Thank you. Any additional questions? Further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor McConnell. You wish to speak, Councillor West?
Just to say this is rectifying a historical issue that the Buchanan family have waited a long time for this to happen. So I think this is a very good outcome, and thank you to the officers for organising this. For those of you who may not know, and just some more recent history, or some history actually, the Buchanan family do have a long history up in that area, and Roy Buchanan was the youngest man who walked up to the Stinson wreck, and he was only, I think, in his teens then, late teens, so it's very significant. So thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will continue with item 10.7. We may GM sustainability, and then we will adjourn for a brief afternoon tea and return back to the tabled item. Okay, I'm just exercising if that's, unless someone's got an objection. 10.7, page 160. Councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is seeking a council endorse a procurement exception being afforded to on the net under section 235B. I guess, as you can see, what's contained in the report, when this was originally put to council, we did anticipate that we may have only needed them through until the end of December. But on finalisation of the actual network, the broadband and network services, it's sort of gone over time a bit longer than what was expected due to the fact that it was a fairly complex piece of work to try and understand where everything fitted and the whole architecture of the systems. And it's understandable why there's always been for the last 4 years that I've known, there's been always an exception to seek an exception for the supplier to keep the continuation of the service. However, the staff have undertaken a tender assessment and have now run that process and identified a provider. But we're required to keep on the net on there because just seeking the provision, the consideration, just because there's still some remnants of their services that we require even outside that normal process. But however, as a positive to this, there was some considerable savings identified over 5 years of doing the hard work in running that tender process now and finding an appropriate supplier to provide those services. There's some considerable savings to council in the long run for it. So it's just seeking a further 6 months of allowing on the net to be afforded a exception.
Councillors, any questions for the GM? Councillor McConnell.
Just a quick one. Page 160, it says the expiry was the 31st of the 12th, 2021.
We anticipated that the tender process would have been awarded before December. However, there was some further toing and froing once we sort of worked out what was the length or the length and breadth of involvement of certain suppliers. It goes to show over a number of years there's a thing called scope creep, where it ends up all under the web of one supplier, and it's hard to untangle all those until you certainly know what all those connections are. So it was unfortunate that it sort of slightly went over time, but the tender has been awarded, and we're in the midst of doing a changeover now. But obviously, to ensure continuation and no disruptions, we're just sort of needing a couple of months where there may be some services still required from that service, but yeah, we're not going to get a quote for them because it's just not beneficial to council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any additional questions? Introduce the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for this item is that council resolve to engage the following supplier under section 235B of the Local Government Regulation 2012 during the 2021-2022 financial year. That supplier being on the net for the services of broadband and network services, the exception being 235B, and the expiry of the exception through until 30th of June 2022.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor West. Wish to speak, Councillor McConnell?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? Motion? In favour? It's all carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, it's approaching 2:30. I believe the officers are close to being able to return, but I propose that we adjourn for 15 minutes for a brief afternoon tea, and that we return, well, let's say we return at 2:45, gives you a couple of minutes extra, and we will continue then, we will resume item 10.5 at that time. Thank you. We'll adjourn now. Councillors and executive, welcome back. Welcome back also to the digital gallery. We return now to item 10.5, which commences from page 88 in the agenda, councillors, but we moved on past there. I think we were at 127 at one point. Officer's gone away to try to dig further into a particular item. We'll accept the response to that, and then we will address the matter raised by Councillor McGuinness after we'd moved on from the matter. Over to you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the comment raised in regard to vulnerable uses, the overlay maps are a trigger where they identify on board scale areas of concern or constraint. Now, within the overlay codes, the acceptable outcomes, as I mentioned before, a tick and flick. If you meet the acceptable outcome, no further work is required. In this case, the vulnerable uses, which include the use we're talking about, addresses in the performance outcomes that if they can address that there is little or no, or low or no risk that the use is acceptable. So that's the obligation of the applicant to establish that. So it goes away from a very quantitative assessment to where they need to establish the level of risk of the application.
Thank you for that clarification. Do you have a further question to that clarification, Councillor McConnell?
And has the applicant done that?
We believe they have. It's addressed in two parts. One is part of the application, and the other is in the conditions requiring further geotech studies prior to the construction of the individual buildings.
So they haven't actually confirmed it yet. We've got to wait on the geotechnical report.
They've confirmed it's sufficient for the level of approval that we have here. In the actual construction of the dwellings, that's when they do the detailed geotech design of the building to reflect the risk of that particular site. So at MCU stage, there's a level of we have to find a balance between having all the absolute detail of the application versus what's the risk of allowing some of that detail to be done at a further stage, because it's unreasonable on the applicants to require, and I'm saying this in a general sense, it's unreasonable to require an applicant to go to the nth degree to demonstrate they can do it, when there's subsequent processes and applications and approvals that would then tidy off those issues. And in this case, the building approvals will tidy off any geotech issues that might arise.
Okay, so given that, what we've just discussed, that some of the buildings are within that zone.
Okay. We need to understand what the mapping is. The mapping is very high level, indicative of constraints.
Yep.
What it then requires is the applicant undertakes a site-specific assessment, and that's what has been done in this case. And that's the same with all the overlays of all the different constraints. There are times when the mapping is wrong, one way or the other. It's a reasonable mapping of constraint that requires the applicant to address on a site-specific basis what is actually on the ground and what the risks are on the ground.
So did they move the location of the buildings into the setback to alleviate having most of the building into the zone? What was the reason they came into the setback?
I don't know if they've actually explained their reasoning on that, but you would assume by the look, there's a couple of issues that would come into that. Is they're obviously trying to comply with the setback. There's only so far they can go down on that slope before it gets technically too difficult. And they're also trying to minimise the impact of the actual building structures on neighbours as well. So that's the siting I would assume would be looking to compromise between those three aspects.
Okay. So can we return now to Councillor McGuinness's question about effectively, I think, Councillor, you're saying to defer and allow a site visit?
Yes, the manager, I understand there are some issues with it, but given a lot of photos we've seen, and I think we probably should have planned, in hindsight, it's a wonderful thing, but we should have planned a visit, I think, to some of these things so you can actually see for ourselves before determining whether it's a good idea in the community's interest or not. I've got grave doubts myself, but I don't like to do that today here without having seen the what is proposed and in a physical sense and the impact of neighbours. But some of the photos suggest there is quite an impact, but I'd like to see it now. But there's the issues if we are deemed refusal. Is that right? If we don't pursue it today.
Okay, so there's a couple of aspects. One, obviously, the applicant would need to agree to the site visit, but that not being the case, I'm sure the neighbours would be more than happy to show us around. In regard to the timing of the approval, the assessment, we have until the 11th of February, so to be within the timeframes. Once we go out of those timeframes, the applicant has the option to do a deemed refusal. So there's two aspects here. One is we can request a further extension of time. Should that extension of time not be granted, the applicant would need to initiate a court action to take on that deemed refusal. I can't speak on behalf of the applicant, but in most cases that is not done, because the applicants are generally hopeful of getting an approval. So, it's in their interest to allow the process to continue. But council does run that risk by going outside of the approval process timing.
Thanks for that clarification. To Councillor McInnes's question. So where does that leave us, councillors? Were there further points of clarification before us? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, page 110, and it's referring to the Rural Escarpment Protection Precinct, and more just a clarification of the comment that's in the specific outcomes, and it refers to there is an ambiguity within the planning scheme, ambiguity in the planning scheme, and I was just looking for perhaps a little bit more expansion on that reference, and I note at the end of that area it discusses that the impacts are negligible due to the natural landscape.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying on the page. I think officers are trying to find what your reference is to on the page.
Right, okay.
You're talking about the first.
So it's in the
table. We're talking about the first item in the table.
Yes, the first under the Rural Zone Code, in the comment under the compliance with specific outcomes, and in reference to the Rural Escarpment Protection Precinct.
Yeah, look, this would relate to the terminology used. So what the assessing officer has done is to clarify. They've identified what would be small scale and low intensity. and considered it against the location and the like. So, you know, they've just simply tried to make their assessment a bit clearer than probably what the planning scheme identified. So that's how they've tried to address that.
Is the ambiguity in reference to the small scale development of the proposed development in relation to a rural zone code?
That's right. In relation to whether it should be considered, the terminology around small scale and low intensity.
So, Councillor,
I'm probably now looking for interpretation on what is small scale, and with reference to the cluster of cabins of I think 4 or 5 in one area of a fairly small area of that in the area that they're covering in that cluster on the northern side.
And look, this is where planning gets difficult because there is no black and white definition of these terms such as amenity, scale, and the like, and aesthetics is the other one. So this is where officers make their assessments based on what they consider the planning scheme is trying to achieve. And look, as I mentioned earlier, everyone's probably got a slightly different assessment of what that is, you know, whether it be officers, the applicant, the community or the council. I can't give you a definition because there is not one. It's something that probably each individual has to make their own assessment of.
So, councillors, we have a suggestion from Councillor McGuinness. Just wish to explore that a bit, if I may, because there have obviously been a whole range of other correspondences that aren't properly made submissions that have come through to all of us over the last few days, and are clearly giving rise to some questions that actually would be far better provided to officers in writing by councillors so that they can give the proper consideration to them to be able to have information back to councillors. I know that takes a bit of preparation from us, but that's what it would require. But is there any appetite to consider Councillor McGuinness's suggestion? In which case, there's not a lot of value perhaps in us trying to continue to prosecute the matter this afternoon. But that would take either leaving the matter rest on the table or deferring the matter for a future occasion. And I guess, Councillor McGuinness, I'm a little bit in your hands about whether we want to leave it on the table or whether we prefer to procedurally defer to another meeting, noting that risk that was discussed, to allow for an unbiased site visit would be my observation, so that we're not just bombarded by one side of the conversation. But if we're going to hear from submitters, then we should also let the submitter, the applicant, talk through their plan. If we were doing that, I would have thought would be fair. But certainly to allow to accommodate a visit to understand the site under the guidance of the planners. Yeah, I think is what you're proposing, Councillor. Is that the sort of...
Yes, Mayor, it's, and I would like to think that as far as the applicant is concerned, that we would address this at the next meeting, that we don't want it an ever-ending position that, you know, to be fair to him, that we come back to the next meeting, or whether we can do that specifically is another point. But I think the sooner the better we come back, and sometime in the next 2 weeks we actually go and visit there who's available, and so we can Yeah, to see for ourselves what the situation is.
Just remembering that I'm not at the next meeting.
Take that point, councillor McConnell, but as far as the applicant is concerned, I think he's, if he knew it was coming back to the next meeting, if I was him, I'd be more likely to, not progress to a deemed refusal. But that's in his hands, of course, as the manager said, after the 11th, but if he wants to take it to court then.
Sorry, councillor, that's a procedural motion. We could see it up on screen so we could talk to it.
Yeah,
Would be helpful.
Okay, I'll move that we leave this subject, this motion.
Matter 10.5?
10.5, lay on the table till next meeting.
Defer? Defer, not lay on the table, councillor. I think we agree deferral's better.
Deferral, yep.
Allows it to be reconsidered. Thank you, councillor. That's motion.
Mr Mayor, there's nothing to stop Councillor McConnell from dialing into that meeting, is there, that if he wants to do a vote?
Well, councillor, we've done a leave of absence. You're either here for the meeting or you're either attending the whole meeting, not just attending an item. You're either, so.
But is there anything to stop?
Well, councillor, you're either a leave of absence or not a leave of absence.
I'm just asking.
Well,
if there's a critical thing on the agenda, is there anything to stop me leaving that meeting, attending that?
Well, councillor, either you ask for a leave of absence or...
No, I'm just asking.
We all deal with the reality that if we take a leave of absence, we understand that we're not there for that part of the business of the meeting, and we trust the genuine considerations and impartiality of everyone else.
Mr Mayor, if I could make a comment in relation to those circumstances. Section 27 of the standing orders says if the standing orders don't provide for such a thing in relation to the minutes, in relation to the meetings, then the council can settle the matter by resolution. And I think so. I would move a motion in after Councillor McGuinness moves his procedural motion to allow, under these circumstances, because he is the councillor for that particular division, to be able to dial in for that particular item of debate.
Well, councillor, we'll talk about that in a moment, because that's setting a precedent that any time any councillor says this is a critical matter, I'm going to be away, but I can dial in for that item, then that has to receive the equal fair consideration.
Oh, I think that's fair enough, really. I think it's essential that everybody can vote when they need to.
Precedent, councillor.
I think it's a good precedent.
Well, we might get to a point where the state...
We've got a procedural motion on the table.
Let's deal with this one.
Can I ask a question of Councillor McGuinness?
Well, first off, Councillor McGuinness, are you comfortable with that word?
Sorry, yes. Sharon, yep.
Questions to the motion?
Yeah, questions. With this particular site visit, do you envisage that we talk to the submitters that are most affected by this, and also visit the backyard of their property so you can see for yourself what the impact is?
That's what I would have envisaged, and hopefully the applicant is available, to be fair to him, that we can see from his property too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would have thought, councillor, to the question from councillor Swanborough, it may sound like council isn't offering fair and impartial consideration if they offer anything other than fair and open consideration to both sides of the conversation. After all, both parties, multiple parties here are ratepayers.
I thought that's how I answered the question. That
Thank
both
you.
parties,
so
if
anything
possible.
you want to say further to your motion, Councillor McGuinness?
No, I'm right, Mayor. Yeah.
Can I just ask a question to the Mayor?
To
you?
Yeah, sure.
Given the fact that we've only said undertake a site visit to the site, the subject of this matter, does that restrict us to only visiting the site of the cabins? Or does that allow us to, we've had some things in the past about clarity. Does that now restrict us to only go to that site, or does neighbouring properties?
I think it's, well, councillor, I don't know. For me, it's undertaking an appropriate site visit to understand the site.
Yeah, and I think that's the key word. I was going to use the same word, so we can understand the application. Yeah. Okay. Now, if that means visiting 4 properties,
Can we say relevant sites? Relevant sites?
Well, councillor, there's only one site. We can understand aspects around it, but there's only one site, the subject of the application. Correct. So our motion has to relate to this, whether we're looking at other aspects pertaining to that site, but yet we need to be clear that what we're looking at, we're undertaking a site visit to understand the matters relevant to this site. Because the site is the subject of the MCU.
So does that mean, Mr. Mayor, that what you're saying is you have no objection to us going to the submitters' backyards and looking at the impacts?
Councillor, I wasn't ever saying anything other than we need to be clear that the purpose of our visit is not to buy into just one side of a conversation. It's to understand the aspects of the site, which includes the aspects that are covered in this report, which are quite extensive.
So is that a yes or a no? I'm still confused.
Well, councillor, I've explained what my intent is.
Well,
councillor, I've explained what my intent is.
Can I ask
Don't badger me anymore, please, on that. Thank you.
Could I ask the mover of the motion if you can change that to relevant sites, just for clarity on this particular matter?
Sorry, councillor, can I suggest it's better to understand the matters relevant to the site, the subject of this matter? Councillor McGuinness, because that's what we're wanting to. It's the matters that are covered in this report.
Absolutely, yes.
Yep.
Understand the matters relevant to the site.
So that includes anywhere around. Could be up on the hill.
Yes.
I just wondered, talking with the manager there, do we extend that no later than the first meeting in March in case there's any hold-ups? Give us some room.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm just a bit worried about organising all the councillors in 2 weeks. I know your busy schedules and the applicant and the like. If we can, we will. But giving us a bit more time to the first meeting in March, which is the 8th, might just give a bit more flexibility.
It's the earliest. It's to the earliest available.
Security to the applicant there. Could be months away.
Then the 8th of March, I think it's the 8th of March. Happy with that now, councillor? McGuinness, wish to speak any further to it?
No, right, thanks,
Wish
Mayor.
to speak against it? Wish to speak additionally to it? Motion, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to now propose a motion that I foreshadowed in relation to that particular meeting. I wish to move a motion that in accordance with section 27 of the in accordance with Standing Order 27. Which has a heading, Procedures Not Provided For. That Councillor McConnell be granted leave to dial into the meeting of the 8th of March, 22nd of March, 22nd of February, yeah, to participate in the above matter.
Yeah, I know, it's just, this is just, well,
as he is on other council business.
no, he's on a leave of absence, I thought. Is what
Yeah, but he's on other council business.
Yes.
Because he's on other council business and this matter pertains to his division.
Of council would pertain. Speak that up. Yeah, well, yeah, it's, it's interesting, we're now having very Councillor, I would suggest that the important piece of information that's not there is the recognition that he is on a leave of absence as per earlier in today's meeting, attending to other council business. As he has been granted leave of absence. I think that's perfect. Well, it just doesn't align with the other motions of council today. So all I'm pointing out, councillor, you know, a leave of absence is the proper technical term, councillor. That's all. It's been granted leave of absence.
Be granted leave of absence.
More accurate alignment, that's all. So read out your motion, councillor.
Okay. Motion is that in accordance with clause 27, procedure not provided for of the Standing Orders Procedure, CMO 3.01 PR.01, the Councillor Jeff McConnell be granted leave to dial into the ordinary meeting to be held on 22nd of February 2022 to participate in the above matter, if applicable, as he has been granted leave of absence under item 10.1 of the agenda to attend other council business, and this matter pertains to Division 2.
Procedural motion? Probably, yep. I think it probably needs a seconder, just to be sure. I'd have thought. So firstly, it's there. Any questions to it first, councillors? It's moved by Councillor Swanborough. Seek a seconder. Councillor Chalk. See the new world. Sorry. Okay. Wish to speak further, Councillor Swanborough? No wishing to speak against? Motion, those in favour? Unanimous. Councillors, I would just again reiterate, given the, if you want officers to be able to provide good responses to questions, can you please take the time to put forward questions in advance of meeting, if possible, to allow them to do the research for such complex matters as have been raised today. That would certainly allow them, given their busy schedules with other things, to be able to properly prepare as well. Seek your assistance in that regard.
Mr. Mayor, just in relation to that matter, I'm more than happy to organise with the residents once a time is chosen. It'll save a lot of effort if I can communicate that to them rather than the officers trying to individually communicate. Yeah, I know it's your division, but I thought you'd be busy getting ready to go away, packing your bags. I'm happy for Councillor McConnell to do it. I don't really want another job. Okay.
And can I just also maybe suggest, Councillor McConnell, that the officers will deal with the applicant in the matter? Yeah.
Okay. Councillors, I believe that's finished those items. We have one item of on the confidential agenda today, matter regarding the item 11.1, the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reduction Funding, which is closed under section 254J3I for our consideration. So I seek a resolution to move into closed session to deal with that matter. Councillor McConnell, seconded. Councillor West. Any need to discuss further? Anyone wishing to speak against? Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. To those in the gallery, we'll now be signing off for a period of time. Can't anticipate how long that will be, and then we'll return to appropriate resolution in open. So bid you good afternoon for now. Thank you. Welcome back to the gallery. Councillors, I seek a motion to return into ordinary. Councillor McConnell, seconder. Councillor West. Don't believe there's a need for dialogue. Councillors, those in favour? It's unanimous. Now back in open. And councillors, we have one agenda item that's been considered. We have a recommendation before us in 3 parts. GM, could you please introduce that recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, councillors and those listening online. Mayor, before I read number 1, I would like to make a slight edit and add the word proposed before projects. There's a list proposed in this document. Thank you. The recommendation before you is that 1, Council endorse the proposed projects to be submitted in the form of an expression of interest to the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reduction Funding administered by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, which closes on 18 February 2022. That 2, council approve the submission of any projects not successful through this funding program to be submitted to other relevant grant funding rounds available in the next 12 months with a report to council should they be successful. And 3, that in accordance with clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders, procedures CM 03.01 PR.01, council maintain confidentiality over the content of this report during the assessment process to be undertaken by the granting body, and once council has been advised of the outcome, then details of the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reduction funding grant round be reported at a future ordinary meeting in open session if relevant.
Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. If any questions, seek any further discussion. Seek a seconder. Councillor West. To speak to your motion, councillor. No. Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? Put the motion, councillors. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers. That brings us to the end of the agenda of today's meeting. Thank you to those in the gallery for your patience and continuing with us throughout the day. We'll bid you good afternoon and wish you well. Good day.